Good afternoon and welcome to our June 29th, 2021 board business meeting. We are joined by all of our board members and several staff in person for today's meeting. Other MCPS staff are joining us remotely. Our meeting is being live streamed on the website and MCPS TV. We also have provided a telephone number for the public to join the meeting that way as well. Although some of us are in person today, live public comments are still suspended until further notice. We hope to resume live public comments by late August. Now let us begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I want to recognize my fellow board members, starting with Dr. Daka.
Good afternoon.
Ms. O'Neill.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Mandrowski indicated she would be delayed. Ms. Silvestri.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Evans.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Harris.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Mr. Asante.
Good afternoon.
And I'm Brenda Wolf. Thank you. Now we can begin with the approval of the agenda, but before we do, we want to recognize that this is Nick's last meeting with us. And he has had quite an unusual year, but we're really going to miss him. You really showed your true resilience during this time. So if we could just say goodbye, you don't have to say a lot because we are going to have our goodbyes on Thursday. But if you want to say something, just hit your button and I'll see you. Judy?
Just wanted to say that it's been a pleasure having you here, although we didn't get to eat together very much and to, just to chit chat. But you have been a very valuable board member and very clear on the things that you wanted to do. And it's been a pleasure.
Ms. O'Neill.
Nick, you've handled this year with grace and dignity. You've been a real trooper because some of the things that make it fun being a student board member you didn't get to experience, traveling to all the schools, spending time eating with a bunch of old ladies, but you really have been a pleasure. We've been check-in buddies throughout the pandemic, and I've so enjoyed talking to you.
Ms. Silvestri.
Nick, it's been a pleasure serving with you on this board this year. I think you exemplify our students at MCPS that even though this was a difficult year, you adapted, you made the most of it. You did what you had to do to graduate and get yourself into a fine college. And at the same time, adapted to the circumstances to do your job as a student member effectively and still accomplished everything that you set out to do. So thank you for being a great role model and thank you for being a great colleague.
Ms. Evans.
Yes, Nick. So you are such a respectful young man. I have really enjoyed working with you. And I will say this, considering that we have been virtual for the entire time of your term, you just really did this work in such a way that I forgot that we weren't able to meet in person because you were able to just fall right in line and do what was needed to be done. And in terms of the mental health and well-being that you hear Nick talk about, he also walks the walk. And I'll tell you, there have been times when he's texted me to ask me if he could talk to me for a moment and then just said it was just a check-in, a wellness check-in. He wanted to see how I was doing. So he made me chuckle a couple of times. I said, I should be calling you, check on you. You should. But just want to say you're so thoughtful. I know you're going to do such great things and best of luck to you.
Ms. Harris.
Yes, Nick, I have just really enjoyed over the past 6 months getting to work with you. I'm so glad I've had the opportunity to work with you. I'm very glad that we've at least had 2 meetings where we could kind of be seat buddies and kind of share with each other and ask questions and kind of you have really you have expanded my understanding of the work that we're doing here. and how we can better serve and hear from students. And I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Thank you all for that. I'll save my full thank yous for the swearing out, but this year has been really crazy, and I've just appreciated how welcoming and how kind all of you have been throughout the whole year, and how there hasn't been a time during my term where I felt like, I've been patronized or my opinion hasn't been appreciated. And you've all served as my mentors over this last year, and I've just appreciated all the work you do for our students and for our school system, and the ways that you've taught me to grow as a person and as a student and as a leader. So I appreciate you all so much. So thank you for this past year. It's been amazing.
Well, we'll have our real goodbyes on Thursday, but Dr. McKnight has turned on her light.
Yes, thank you so much, President Wolf. I just want to say thank you so much, Mr. Asante. I think there have been a number of words used to describe you today. I heard caring, which I absolutely agree with. I heard respectful, I absolutely agree with, but I'm going to say yet diligent. Respectful, yet diligent and uncompromising. And that I so appreciate about you, because you've been very helpful to MCPS in this year. I think about all those cool graphics you did with communications that we had to translate into what would resonate with our student body. And all of those contributions, as well as you just making sure that student voice have continued to be a part of the process, we have deeply valued and so appreciate you for. So we, as well as a school system, on behalf of us, I will say we will miss you and all of the contributions that you have made as a student board member. And we wish you much success in the future. And please don't be a stranger and come back and visit. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, if I can get an approval of the agenda.
I move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Dr. McKnight, do you want to proceed with the human resources?
Yes, thank you, President Wolf. Good afternoon, President Wolf, Vice President Ms. Vestry, and board members of education. Thank you so much for today and being here and being a part of our discussion. Today, we will start with our human resources and development report, and I do have a number of appointments that I will bring to you. And first up, we will start with the appointment of Mr. Robert Riley. We are recommending appointment for Mr. Riley as the Associate Superintendent of Finance in the Office of Finance. Mr. Riley has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools for 3 years as the Director of Financial Services in the Office of Finance. Mr. Riley looks forward to continuing to integrate his business, budgeting, and financial experience to enhance operational efficiencies and to work with staff to provide for the equitable distribution of MCPS financial resources.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you. For our next appointment, we bring to you Dr. Keisha Logan as the Director in the Department of Pre-K to 12 Curriculum and District-Wide Programs in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs. Dr. Logan has been employed with MCPS for 19 years as an elementary and middle school teacher, resource teacher, magnet coordinator, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as the principal at Montgomery Village Middle School. Dr. Logan looks forward to joining the Office of Curriculum and Instruction Programs to support the important work of providing rigorous, engaging, and equitable instructional pathways for all students in Montgomery County.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you. Our next appointment is Mr. Christoph Turk, who is being appointed as the Director of Learning, Achievement, and Administration in the Office of Teaching and Learning in Schools. Mr. Turk is joining MCPS after 14 years of serving the students, families, staff, and community of Baltimore City Public Schools as a teacher, resident principal, and most recently as principal at James McHenry Elementary and Middle School. Mr. Turk is humbled and excited to join MCPS and looks forward to supporting, inspiring, and partnering with school principals and leaders to reach extraordinary outcomes for every MCPS student and family.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous.
Next, we have the appointment of Mr. Travis Weeby as Director in the Department of Certification and Staffing in the Office of Human Resources and Development. Mr. Wiebe has been employed with MCPS for 18 years as a classroom teacher, recruitment and staffing coordinator, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as a principal at Wingate Elementary School. Mr. Wiebe looks forward to joining the Department of Certification and Staffing, where he will continue to implement the vision and mission of hiring for excellence as we recruit, hire, and retain the most diverse and highly effective teachers and support professionals to serve the needs of all MCPS students.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous.
Next, we bring to you an appointment for Mrs. Maria Tarasuk as Director in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools. Ms. Tarasuk has been employed with MCPS for 29 years as a middle and high school social studies teacher, instructional specialist, and most recently as supervisor for pre-K-12 social studies in the Department of Pre-K-12 Curriculum. Mrs. Tarasuk looks forward to supporting the work of all content and grade levels in her new role in the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous.
Next, we bring forward Mr. Christopher A. Beers, author, as the Assistant Director in the Office of Shared Accountability in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools. Mr. Beers, author, has been employed with MCPS for 22 years as an English for Speakers of Other Languages teacher, middle school English language development teacher coach, and most recently as Learning and Achievement Specialist in the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools. Mr. Beers, author, looks forward to joining the Office of Shared Accountability to support the director and the work of the office to ensure the best education for all students.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous.
Next, we bring forward Dr. James E. Jang as Supervisor in Applied Research and Evaluation in the Office of Shared Accountability, Teaching, Learning, and Schools. Dr. Jang comes to MCPS as a trained researcher, teacher, and evaluator with more than 14 years of experience, both in the United States and abroad. He most recently served as the Chief Research and Analytics Officer for Living Classrooms Foundation, a Baltimore-based nonprofit. Dr. Jang looks forward to joining the Office of Shared Accountability to support the Applied Research and Evaluation Unit.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Next, we bring forward Mrs. Anne Marie Tagliaferri as Supervisor in Alternative Learning Outcomes in the Department of Special Education Services in the Office of Special Education. Ms. Tagliaferri has been employed with MCPS for 11 years as a teacher, program specialist, and most recently as Extensions Program Coordinator in the Department of Special Education Services. Ms. Tagliaferri looks forward to her new role in the Department of Special Education Services as Supervisor for programs serving students pursuing alternative learning outcomes.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Okay, next we bring forward Ms. Alana S. Carr as Principal of Seven Locks Elementary School. Ms. Carr has been employed with MCPS for 14 years as a special education teacher, staff development teacher, professional learning coach, instructional specialist, assistant principal, and most recently as principal intern at Strathmore Elementary School. Ms. Carr is energized to serving the Seven Locks Elementary School community by nurturing a caring, consistent, and collaborative learning community that harnesses potential, possibility, and achievement for all.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Okay, and next we bring forward our final recommended appointment, and we bring to you Ms. Natalie M. Hambrecht as Principal of Cold Spring Elementary School. Ms. Hambrecht has been employed with MCPS for 17 years as a classroom teacher, staff development teacher, assistant principal, and most recently as principal intern at Kensington Parkwood Elementary School. Ms. Hambrecht looks forward to joining the Cold Spring Cougars, and continuing the strong culture of excellence for all students.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf, and that completes our appointments.
All right, next we have recognitions. Dr. McKnight.
Thank you again, President Wolf. So we do have a few recommendations that I bring forward to the board today. And our first recognition is recognition of distinguished Hispanic scholars. The Hispanic Alliance for Education recognizes Hispanic high school seniors who have been identified as distinguished Hispanic scholars through academic excellence, community involvement, and leadership. The Hispanic Alliance for Education has awarded scholarships to distinguished Hispanic scholars from each of our 26 high schools in Montgomery County Public Schools. Montgomery County Board of Education continually celebrates Montgomery County Public Schools for holding a high standard of academic excellence and recognizing the outstanding achievements of Hispanic American students. Therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the Acting Superintendent of Schools, staff members, students, and parents and guardians of Montgomery County Public Schools, the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education congratulate the recipients of the 2021 Distinguished Hispanic Scholars Awards.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous.
Congratulations to all of our students who are award winners. Next, we have the George B. Thomas Senior Learning Academy Incorporation for the High Achievement Scholarship recipients. The George B. Thomas Senior Learning Academy High Achievement Program rewards students who exhibit high levels of academic success and who have provided consistent volunteer service to the George B. Thomas Senior Learning Academy Saturday School. And the George B. Thomas Learning Academy has awarded 6 scholarships for exceptional academic achievement and community service to Montgomery County Public Schools class of 2021 students. Montgomery County Public Schools recognizes and celebrates its students' volunteers' contributions that provide service to our community and teach civic responsibility. The Board of Education applauds Montgomery County Public Schools for its recognition of the academic success and community involvement of its diverse student body. On behalf of the Acting Superintendent of Schools, staff members, students, and parents and guardians of Montgomery County Public Schools, the members of the Board of Education extend their congratulations to the recipients of the George B. Thomas Senior Learning Academy High Achievement Scholarship Awards.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous.
We have 6 students who are recipients of that award, and I would like to congratulate them. And next, for our final recognition, we have recognition of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity scholarship recipients. The Gaithersburg Rockville Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, Kappa Youth and Community Foundation has awarded 8 scholarships to Montgomery County Public Schools students. The Rockville Gaithersburg Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, Kappa Youth and Community Foundation's main focus is to provide opportunities for young people who dream of going to college a reality. The foundation is committed to providing encouragement and support to young African-American students so that they may see a future for themselves that includes a college education. The Montgomery County Board of Education is proud that MCPS continues to celebrate the many accomplishments of its diverse student body and its community partners. Therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the Acting Superintendent of Schools, staff members, students, parents, and guardians of Montgomery County Public Schools, the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education congratulate the Montgomery County Public Schools class of 2021 Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated Kappa Youth and Community Foundation Scholarship recipients.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. I'd like to congratulate those 8 student recipients who represent 8 of our high schools who have received that award. So congratulations to them.
Thank you. At this time, we have the presentation of the recognition for MCPS TV. Do you have it? Nobody gave it to me just yet. Hold on a second. It's what happens when you're not in the building all the time. Hold on. Well, you know what? We're going to go ahead with public comments and we'll come back to that. Our next agenda item, as I just said, is public comments. Although we are conducting this meeting in person, live public comments remain suspended, and we will continue to accept written, video, and audio testimony until further notice. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We received one written testimony for today. You may view the written testimony in full on board docs where it is posted with the other materials for this meeting. Here is a summary of the written testimony. Pareem Shaw. Pareem is an MCPS student who wrote to thank the board for conducting the boundary analysis. Pareem emphasizes that action should follow the boundary analysis to ensure equity and eliminate disparities between schools. We received one audio testimony from Melissa McKenna. Please play the audio.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa McKenna. For the record, this testimony was recorded the night of June 27th, 2021. Because language and communication are vital, especially during these pandemic times, I feel compelled to speak again today. All information regarding public participation to this body is still only in English. In a meeting with senior staff in May, I was told that legal and board policy couldn't be trusted to the inaccuracy of Google Translate. Fair enough. However, this information is not new, isn't supposed to change often, and should absolutely be available in other languages. You can imagine my delight then when I saw a translate button at the very top of the Virtual Academy website. Then again, a quick check just before recording this confirms that application forms in Vietnamese, Chinese, and French are still not available. The pandemic response of requiring pre-recorded testimony limited to only 2 minutes has been severely limiting. Every other government agency and city has managed to figure out and allow live testimony. Why not MCPS? Today, you are reviewing and voting on policy ACA, non-discrimination, equity, and cultural proficiency. Calling out racism and including anti-racist behavior is absolutely necessary. However, racism is just one facet of discrimination. We cannot and should not overlook sexism, ableism, and homophobia. Please include these definitions and incorporate behaviors and actions tackling these prejudices. Cultural proficiency only indicates knowledge learned, not knowledge put into practice. Until MCPS listens and responds in a culturally appropriate manner, there will not be equity of opportunity to all students. Yes, MCPS went out and did door-knocking campaigns on 2 weekends, but you already knew the answers to the questions you were asking. As a strong supporter of the Black and Brown Coalition, I am both moved by the system efforts and also disappointed. Acting Superintendent McKnight, you have your staff in place. I am eager and ready and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
We also received 11 video testimonies. First up is Cynthia Simonson. Please play the video.
Good evening, board. My name is Cynthia Simonson, and I am the president of MCCPTA. I'm beginning my 5th year on the MCCPTA Executive Committee and my 2nd full term as president. One of the primary concerns I've carried throughout my tenure on this board is concern about the inability to access public data in a public school system. The PTA's primary function is as an advocacy organization. In my time on the MCCPTA Executive Committee, I guess I've made 100 requests for data from the system. Most of those requests were answered informally, always with the caveat, this isn't official. And of course, other requests required filing an MPIA request. I found many of the MCPS staff incredibly generous, not only providing the data requested, but also in answering questions and helping our organization really hone in on those concerns or the areas of concern. But I know it can be better. In 2018, we asked the MCPS senior leadership team to move to open data. We pointed to numerous jurisdictions that do the same, and we asked MCPS to follow the lead of MSDE and provide the data downloads just as MSDE does. MCPS wouldn't commit. Instead, they said they would look into it. 2019, Laura Stewart and I both testified before the board asking you to take up the cause and move to open data. This is straight from my 2019 testimony, but still true today. No one is asking for private identifiable information about students. What we're asking for is easily consumable methods to review, analyze, and compare data sets for information that's been publicly available for years. This is the request that we have today. Thank you for your consideration.
Next is Sandra Landis. Please play the video.
Hi, my name is Sandra Landis, and I am the Montgomery County chapter leader of Start School Later, a national organization dedicated to ensuring school start times consistent with health, safety, education, and equity. Decades of research into the importance of healthy sleep times for teens and adolescents demonstrate that they not only need enough sleep, but that their onset of sleep is metabolically delayed. Further, early morning school start times have proven to be particularly detrimental to the development of higher-level brain functions that occur during these years. Improvements to just about every issue facing public schools have been achieved when high school bell times are delayed. The National PTA and nearly every medical group in the country endorse bell times of 8:30 a.m. or later. Our sister school systems in Anne Arundel and Howard counties have publicly committed to delaying school times consistent with this guidance. Here in MCPS, we need to do the same. At the June 10th Board of Education business meeting, the public was told the only impediment to later bell times for our high schoolers is transportation. I would respectfully propose that the board immediately take the following 3 actions to remedy this. 1, survey all MCPS high school families to assess whether they could provide their own transportation to facilitate high school bell times being delayed. Clearly, MCPS will need to provide bus service to certain student groups. However, by surveying, we can identify the actual scope of the shortfall. 2, take a regional transportation view to craft a solution by reaching out to Ride-On and Metrobus to see whether they could adjust bus routes to facilitate later high school times. Both entities report ridership declines and allow students to ride for free. 3, have MCPS make a policy statement indicating its commitment to achieve school start times no earlier than 8:30 a.m. Our high schoolers deserve a public school system that prioritizes rather than discriminates against their biologically based developmental needs. Thank you.
Next is Gordon Breen.
Hi. Gordy Brenny with the Taxpayers League. We are pleased to see the board is reviewing applications for new charter schools. The Taxpayers League supports charter schools for at-risk kids in neighborhoods where the achievement gap has not narrowed. Also, charter schools are a cost-effective way to increase school capacity in neighborhoods where schools are overcrowded. Charter schools should be pilot tested in at-risk student neighborhoods to determine if they can do a better job of improving academic. Developing school improvement plans for Einstein High School as a PTA vice president, but I'm just an accountant. The Taxpayers League relies on a nationally recognized education expert for policy advice. Together, we reviewed academic strategies in the 2018 study, working with Superintendent Smith, the board, and their consultant, Andrew Klein. We found the strategies were poorly defined to achieve accountability and control and did not include concrete actions, performance, improvement targets, schedules, or budgets, nor were they linked to school improvement plans. We just completed a review of the 2.5-year plan draft for catching up post-pandemic academic performance. We found it was just an outline with no concrete strategies. Lastly, the 2019 resource study amply documents the problem, but that study called for MCPS to develop solutions based on root cause analysis that has yet to be made public. We now have little confidence headquarters can produce a strategic plan to reverse decades of poor academic performance without a bold new bottom-up approach, which we recommended to the Strategic Planning Committee and the Chief of Staff's office. We support the Black and Brown Coalition's recommendations for improving the principals and teachers in advanced classes in schools with large populations of at-risk kids. Our 2019 education report details those and other recommendations and charter school strategy would implement those recommendations. Thanks for listening.
Next is Angelina Yu.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Angelina Shi, and I'm a rising sophomore at Richard Montgomery High School. In 2018, when I was in 7th grade, my team, including Advika, implemented a school food waste collection program at Clarksburg Elementary School that ran until COVID closures in March 2020. This program diverts food waste from incinerators to composting facilities, providing a sustainable usage for what was formerly trash. In the first few weeks after we started the program, our team regularly volunteered at school lunches to provide hands-on help, and we created educational graphics for the students. After surveying both students and teachers, there was unanimous consent that our unique and self-supporting implementation strategy was instrumental to the program's long-term success. A few months ago, Advika and I founded Compostology, which is an organization that directly works with schools and county officials to expand food waste collection programs system-wide, especially with the support of Ms. Lynn Harris. There have been questions of whether students plus teachers can handle a quote-unquote drastic change to their lunch system. But our success at CES shows that as long as such programs are implemented effectively, there are no problems that cannot be solved. These programs aren't high maintenance, nor are they major cost burdens, making them extremely scalable. Advika and I are here today to build a partnership with the Board of Education to implement school composting programs with Compostology that will help fulfill Montgomery County's ambitious sustainability goals. We're aiming to expand to an entire cluster of schools this fall through fundraising, and in the following years continue to develop our program cluster by cluster. Starting in the 2022 fiscal budget, it's essential that MCPS devotes county funding and provides expert support for compostology programs. From food to flowers, school food waste collection programs are the solution. Thank you for your time.
Next is Advika Gruel.
Hello, board members. I'm Advika from Richard Montgomery High School. I'm here to make you aware of the student push for school food waste programs. As of 2019, the Montgomery County DEP found that our county produces 160,000 tons of compostable waste each year. 147,000 tons of this is food waste, piling up and releasing LFG, 50% methane and 50% CO2, both of which trap heat and make municipal solid waste landfills the third largest source of human-related methane emissions in the country, according to the EPA. Neighboring counties have built infrastructures and signed deals for residential, business, and school composting, including Frederick and Prince Williams counties. It's appalling that we have not matched this work, even while working on an ambitious climate action plan and being in the fourth most environmentally forward state in the nation. Because food waste is one of the simplest environmental concerns to alleviate through compost. In 2018, my team, including Angelina Shi, started a new program at Clarksburg Elementary that collected over 10,000 pounds of food scraps in the first 5 months. We have spoken with Maryland Delegate Charkoudian and know that her bill will eventually escalate composting with large food scrap generators. Compostology is working hands-on and bringing schools into the conversation. Based on our survey results, these programs directly instill environmental responsibility and motivate students to compost at home, all from a young age. Clarksburg Principal Mr. Bensel told us our program supported recertification as a green school, and he saw lunchtime conversations move to composting and being green. MCPS must fund school food waste collection programs in the 2022 and 23 fiscal budgets. We're hopeful that you will keep this item on the discussion table because compostology and so many students are willing to do the groundwork. All we need is eventual funding to go from leftover food to flowers and fruit. Thank you for bringing your attention to our work.
Next is Artie Gruel.
Respected Dr. Smith, Dr. McKnight, and board members, my name is Artie Agarwal, and I'm an incoming parent of a kindergartner to MCPS this summer. I'm presenting on behalf of several parents who have an unvaccinated child, and they also fear that their children in-person learning into schools operating in full capacity for all 5 days. Universally, it has been proven by science and medical research that the 4 arrows that are fighting this deadly virus are mask mandates, social distancing, deep sanitization, and continuous hand washing. The most effective arrow now is the COVID-19 vaccination, and this vaccine has continued to save many lives. Then why stop here and rush into 100% normalcy? MCPS and Board of Education websites state that you are following CDC, state, and local government guidelines, but none of these guidelines say schools can go back to pre-pandemic capacity in person for all 5 days. So please help us understand why are schools going back to full capacity in person, and that to all 5 days. I will recommend hybrid till everyone in the school is fully vaccinated. We understand younger students need in-person learning, and we are in full support of that. But we have to be reassured that the schools that our children are going to be kept safe and healthy at all times. The pre-K learning centers our children attended this past fall and spring did reassure parents before attendance that our children are going to be kept safe and healthy at all times. These pre-K schools also reported 0 sick days for their students because they strictly followed mask and social distancing guidelines by local and state government. A friend of mine who is a pre-K teacher informed me the same for her and students and schools.
Next is Jennifer Reisman.
My name is Dr. Jennifer Reisman, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm a licensed psychologist and parent in MCPS. You'll notice that my testimony is submitted via video and virtually. I'm concerned that even though there is no public health regulations that prohibit in-person testimony or public attendance at your meetings, which are to be open to the public under the law, you have refused my request for in-person testimony on multiple occasions. So that is why I'm making my testimony today outside of the building that you will not allow the public into. As I've told you before, there is a mental health crisis that is only worsening for children. I'm concerned that this board also displays extreme anxiety about facing the public, despite being elected officials elected to serve the public. Unfortunately, the problems that have plagued MCPS this year have not gotten any better with the end of the school year. For summer school, I've heard from local parents that signed up their child for in-person summer instruction only to be told that there were not enough children to make a class, and their children were sent to virtual instruction or nothing. You also failed to communicate with families in a timely manner about important details, such as when and where their child was to report for summer school. I want to make sure that this board ensures that every child who is signed up for in-person summer instruction actually receives it. Your time to act is now. Funding has flowed in to provide instruction, but is there any will from the board to actually make sure that children receive it? Lastly, I want you to ask to face the public. Open your meetings to in-person testimony and public attendance for the public to actually observe your meetings. And constituents and parents deserve access to address our concerns directly to elected officials.
We want to be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens, the room where it happens.
Next is Kara McNulty.
Hi, this is Kara McNulty. I'm a parent of 2 students in MCPS, one at Northwest High School and one at Lakelands Park Middle School. We are very, very excited about having a normal experience in the fall, and I hope that you're doing everything humanly possible to ensure that it is absolutely normal. I am looking forward to hearing more from you with details on your learning loss recovery plan. More virtual school this summer did not make sense for my children, and I do not believe will be substantively helpful in learning loss recovery. Therefore, I need specifics about what you will be doing to help children, particularly those in middle school and high school, recover from the learning loss for all of the curriculum that was not taught last year. When you will be sharing specifics with parents so that we can understand exactly what will be done for our individual students to ensure that they learn those portions of the curriculum. Please share details and not infographics. Lastly, I would like to request that you allow live testimony. There are no restrictions on the size of public gatherings anymore. Your building is currently closed. It's time to open the building, have live meetings, and invite parents and other interested parties in to testify so that we can look you in the eye and tell you what we think about how things have been handled by MCPS and the Montgomery County Board of Education over the last year. We're very disappointed in the decisions that you've made, and it's time for you to hear that from us personally. Please follow open meeting laws, and open your meetings to the public. Thank you.
Next is Nora Dudwick.
During the Board of Education meeting on June 10th, student member of the board, Nick Asante, observed how happy his peers were this year to start class at 9 a.m. Likewise, my 9th grader was alert and cheerful, logging in at 9. Within a week of returning to school, getting up every morning at 5:55 a.m., she was too tired to even finish breakfast. She's in a special education program at Churchill High School. She caught her bus by 6:35, arriving at school around 7:25. While some children who live closer to Churchill were getting picked up at 7, many still arrived a full half hour before the traditional start time of 7:45. The luckiest children are the ones old enough to drive and affluent enough to have a car or someone to drive them to school. In response to Nick's comments, Essie McGuire, Associate Superintendent for Operations, said that buses complete multiple routes mornings and afternoons, and that for now, quote, the structure works for the system, end quote. Yes, the structure may work for the system, but it most emphatically does not work for students. As a professional social scientist, I've examined the research on adolescent sleep needs. It shows quite unambiguously that early school start times contribute to poor academic performance, impulsive and aggressive behavior, and increased car accidents and sports injuries. For these reasons, many medical associations, including American Pediatrics Association, American Medical Association, and the National Education Association and National PTA, call for school to start no earlier than 8:30. I ask that the Board of Education make students' health, well-being, and readiness to learn its priority, rather than a function of what works for the bus schedule. If the problem is formulated in this way, I'm sure that an acceptable solution can be found. I thank you for your time.
Next is Reva Snow.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Reva Snow, a pediatrician here in Montgomery County and a parent of 2 Walter Johnson High School students. Thank you for the chance to speak about an evidence-based and impactful way to improve student success starting high school later. As you may know, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the AMA, and the National PTA, among others, all recommend and support starting high school no earlier than 8:30 a.m. Our students want this too. As pediatricians, we heard over and over how much better rested students have felt this year with the 9 a.m. start time, and how much more awake they were for their first class. Sufficient sleep was definitely a silver lining for kids, despite how difficult the year was in other ways. I'm aware that this topic was previously discussed by the board, and that despite support from the then superintendent and 78% of parents, it was concluded that starting high school at 8:15 or later simply couldn't be done. The evidence shows us why this is an unacceptable answer, and that going back to pre-pandemic bell times doesn't work. Because of adolescent physiology, early start times force them to regularly get 7 or fewer hours of sleep on school nights, leaving them sleep deprived. Insufficient sleep increases the risk of depression, suicide, automobile accidents, violence, and substance use among teenagers. The effects of insufficient sleep negatively impact students of lower SES to a greater degree than more advantaged students, adding to health disparity. However, later school start times are associated with increased GPA, increased graduation rates, as well as decreases in the above risks. It can be done. In districts across America, schools start at a healthy hour, including in San Diego, where school starts at 8:30, and in Seattle, 8:45. Changing school start times is complicated, but how much is it worth to see more students graduate? How willing are we to give disadvantaged children the equity they deserve? How many children have to suffer depression or be injured in car accidents before we decide it's worth the time and money to change? Providing our high school students, and especially our disadvantaged students, with the best chance of academic success and health benefits everyone. I ask you to consider the evidence and prioritize starting high school no earlier than 8:30 a.m. Thank you for your time. Stay healthy. Stay safe.
Our final video comes from Milutin Derikovich.
My name is Milutin Derikovich, and my wife and I have a child entering Montgomery County schools this fall. Many parents and I are confronting the implementation of the board's version of diversity in schools. The Board of Education itself is not diverse. It is made up of all women, and your views are uniform and are completely partisan. The board is forcing their view of diversity on our children. By doing this, the board is now discriminating against children that are normal. The board has approved LGBTQ propaganda for schools and the celebration of so-called Pride Month. LGBTQ from its inception and at its core has promoted and promotes the illegal production and use of drugs and narcotics. Furthermore, LGBTQ is and has been a Trojan horse for child abusers and child predators. As parents, we understand that. And we understand that now schools are unsafe for children. To parents, it appears that child predators and their propaganda have infiltrated the political school system, and they are promoting and legitimizing themselves. This puts our children in direct danger at school, and it will not be tolerated. This society is predominantly made up of normal families that have a mother and father with children. This massive majority of normal families is the life, the energy, and the provider of this society. Be sure that ultimately, if the schools do not work for our children and their well-being, this board will be replaced by the normal families that create the society and keep it running.
This will conclude our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Thursday, July 15th. Sign-ups will begin the evening of Thursday, July 8th. At this time, I'm going to circle back to our recognition of our MCPS TV staff. And I'm going to read a resolution that we have here. Well, it's actually a declaration. The Montgomery County Board of Education hereby extends its heartfelt gratitude, appreciation, and thanks for the incredible support the Montgomery County Public Schools TV staff has provided in the 2021 school year. We applaud your flexibility, adaptability, and ingenuity in supporting and assisting both school and office-based staff in this challenging year. We appreciate the patience and compassion that you have each shared with all of the educators and staff and students in Maryland. Now, therefore, be it declared that the Montgomery County Board of Education salutes the outstanding contributions and support provided by the MCPS TV staff and extends sincere gratitude for the productive relationship we have appreciated. And I just want to say, it's not just because I forgot to bring it in doesn't mean that you're not the most important people here most days. And they have actually been outstanding, recording us anytime, day or night, redoing it if we didn't like the way we looked or our makeup wasn't right. They have been superb. At this time, I'm going to take board comments. Does anyone want to comment on any of the testimony that they heard? I'm going to start. If you don't turn your light on, I'll assume you don't have anything you want to say. Oh, I don't think I need a motion for MCPS TV now. Dr. Docker, do you have anything you want to add at this time? Ms. O'Neill.
Thank heavens that we live in a free country, that people do have the right to express their opinions. But, you know, as a board member, I have to say input is not always agreement. And so some comments are very interesting. I also want to say that on the MCPS website, you know, we have looked at the issue about high school bell times repeatedly and the transportation. And in fact, one of our looks, we had directed MCPS staff to work with Ride On and Metrobus to see not only about changing bell times, but as a budgetary matter to save money in MCPS. And it was not possible. The Ride On bus coverage in Montgomery County would not work for the vast majority of students as a transportation. Many districts that do have a later start time, particularly Edina, Minnesota, that has been cited, don't provide transportation. In DC public schools, only special education students receive transportation. We're a county of 500 square miles, and it is a complicated matter. I will say I was one of the majority of the board that voted several years ago to change high school bell times by 20 minutes. And while many view that as not sufficient, it was a step in the right direction. Yet it did place a hardship on some of our elementary families by delaying that start time. There is a tremendous amount of information dating back to 2000. Repeatedly, the board has looked at this issue, had a desire to make changes, but it is a complex issue. Mr. Turner, I'm sure it's still up on the website. I would hope that we could have it flagged somewhere, since obviously this issue has resurfaced again. It's never totally gone away, but there are many, many studies in MCPS implementing, and I have participated in conferences on the subject. I am sympathetic to our high school students, but it is not as easy when we must provide transportation, and that's 100,000 students. It's not just about transporting high school students. So I hope we will flag that information specific to MCPS about our transportation. And, the budgetary issue, we looked at it. We looked at the issue, about buying more buses, about hiring more drivers, if that would reduce the transportation, because our buses generally do 4 runs. They do high school, middle school, and 2 elementaries, an A and a B. It's complex. We looked at changing elementary with high school, and when we considered that, there were problems with high school athletics, high school students who work after school with jobs, high school students who care for younger siblings, and the other issue about elementary age children being on the road, being out on the corners in the dark. So it's not just as simple as many would paint it to be.
I want to thank you for your comment. I also want to jump in here about your First Amendment comment. It is good that we live in an area that people can say what they think. But I do want to say that I stand by my support for our students who are LGBTQ. I stand by their families, and that they are just as valuable as our students that come from what some people might consider regular families. Ms. Silvestri.
Yes, just to follow up on the start times, because I was not on the board at the time and I didn't follow the conversation as closely. If I could get as a follow-up, if there's a memo when the final decision was made that I could take a look just to get up to speed on many of the aspects that you mentioned, Mrs. O'Neill, I would appreciate that. And if different topic, open data, I thought we had made some gains over the last couple of years, and if you could just touch on what happened there, because I thought we had made some improvements. And related to that, did the at-a-glance come back, and is that part of the more open data that's available?
I can speak to that. So yes, we've made significant progress on open data. Our at-a-glance are now back and up to date. But as we shared at the February board meeting, we're actually building a new tool that has downloadable open data for students, staff, and community to access. And we're in the process of building that. And Ms. Simonson and Ms. Stewart are actually part of the group that we've reached out to help us build that with a focus on making sure that the data is together and digestible.
When will that be ready?
We're working on it for the fall so that the new data will be in the system as we begin to open schools.
Thank you. First, I wanted to thank Angelina and Advika the two very impressive student founders of Compostology for sharing just a tiny bit about the work that they've been doing for the past 3 years on bringing composting of food waste to schools in Montgomery County. And one thing they didn't mention is that they have met with our sustainability folks here in MCPS who were very impressed with the comprehensive nature of the work they have already done and the way that these young advocates are sort of tackling head first all of the potential obstacles that have been raised as a challenge in the school system. And I'd also just like to briefly address Mr. Jerkovic's comments. I think probably Mr. Asante was surprised to learn that he's a woman. And also associating myself with Ms. Wolf's comments, I think all of us on this board are committed to making every single school, every single day, a place where every staff member and student feels safe, welcome, and valued, being exactly who they are. And that, I believe, is what we stand for as a school system. And his students will be made as welcome as every other student and staff member in the county is made when they step into our buildings.
Thank you, President Wolf and members of the Board of Education. I first want to thank the board for the recognition made to our TV staff. I like to refer to them as lifesavers to the system over the past year and a half. We had to figure out how we were going to redo our business virtually. It felt like overnight. And the way they came together and figured that out for us in the nick of time immediately and have been committed over this past year and a half, I just have much gratitude for. So I thank you for recognizing them in that way. They are truly an amazing force here in our school system. So I just thank you for that. Just yesterday, we had a meeting and they had to do a mixed model. In person, people in the room and people who were in different places, some in cars, and they were able to make us feel like we were all together in one room. So they continue to produce magic in that way. And I thank again the board for recognition of that. Also, thank you for your advocacy for our students. Here in Montgomery County Public Schools, I will say every student has the right to feel a sense of belonging in their school classrooms, in their schools, in our school community. And so that's the commitment that we owe and deserve to all, and all of our students deserve in the school system. And so I thank you for your continued commitment to us establishing that as a school system. Today in our school's recovery of education plan, and I know this has been our topic for the past year and a half, but we do have some information today that we'll highlight in terms of our progress to providing a safe, positive, and engaging learning environment in the fall for our students, which is what we were just discussing. And that is the priority, to provide that experience for students 5 days of work in person with the teacher in the classroom. I did want to refer back to one of the public comment testimonies that was given, just questioning, why are we bringing all of our students back to capacity? So I think to circle back to that, to just remind everyone, it was the Maryland State Board of Education approved the resolution back on April 27th, I believe, really asking that all school systems, or requiring all school systems to provide 180 days of instruction, in-person learning to all students in all of our schools with a teacher in the classroom. So on that moment, when that decision was made and that resolution was made at the state, we then followed suit in making sure we were making plans to prepare for that. So I just wanted to make sure we were able to circle back and explain to our families why we are in fact planning to bring our students back in full capacity in the fall. With that said, we are not compromising them and feeling safe, so we are making adjustments, and we look forward to sharing more information with you today and in our next few meetings of exactly what that experience will look like. So our successful transition back into in-person format with our students and families is something that, we began this summer in our summer programming, and we will continue to think about ways to make that connection for our students and their families. In the spirit that staff is going to make sure you're updated on that, today we're going to be sharing information about what that looks like so far in our summer school programs and how the progress is happening there. Roughly 1/3 of our student population is taking advantage of that summer school program in the coming weeks. So we'll talk more about that. I'll also say that our summer work does continue beyond the classroom. One of the most enjoyable experiences we've had thus far is engaging our community in different ways. Just this past Saturday, we had an opportunity to participate in pop-up shops in different parts of our community in partnership with other community organizations, and it was just amazing. Ms. Wolf was there on Saturday. It was quite warm, but we were there out in the parking lot at the Westfield Shopping Center in Wheaton at the pop-up shop, really meeting our families. And we heard a lot of great stories from our families, just excited about what they're looking forward in the fall. We heard from some of our families the struggles that their children have had in the virtual environment. And we also had families who were excited about bringing their students into MCPS for the first time. And so all of those conversations matter, and we take that and operationalize that into planning for the specific needs of our families as they prepare for the fall. So as we move forward to the opening of schools for in-person, we take advantage of each of those opportunities. And therefore, another opportunity we're going to share an update on today, which we have been doing and promise to continue to do, is our virtual academy. We've had a number of families showing interest who have those exceptional situations, so that they do have an avenue to continue to educate their children. And so we'll provide an update on that today. Dr. Trimkamp will provide that update, and she'll give us some information on the curriculum, the staffing process, as we have been very intentional about how we design that academy to meet the needs of students who will also still be a part of our other school buildings. So they'll go through the virtual academy as a program. The board has continued to emphasize that in our return to school model, we continue to focus on rigorous academic opportunities. And I just wanted to hit on that for a moment. This is very important to us because we know while first instruction in the classroom has always been a priority, it will and must continue to be the priority as we transition back into the fall. I heard in public comment earlier, we want to know more about the learning disruption and the impact on that. Well, we are as well much anticipating what that is going to be so that we can be as responsive to it as we can immediately to ensure that our students are getting what they need to make the learning progress that they need to make. So I think as we consider all of the avenues that we have to plan for our students, it needs to include several components. Enrichment is one that needs to continue to be a part of that first instruction. Acceleration. There are some students who have not lost learning and need to continue to be accelerated, and we need to continue to focus on that. And some students who will benefit from intervention. So one does not compromise the other. We can just be much more intentional in how we do that when we know exactly how every single student and their learning have been impacted during this pandemic. And so those will be the priorities that we focus on in terms of our first instruction. And then I encompass all of that around our priority to well-being. We have to have students who are in a good place mentally, socially, emotionally to be able to benefit from that first instruction. So that will continue to be our focus. In our efforts to do all of this, we're going to today share an update on the programming and the curriculum being used in our Bewell 365 initiative to support our students, staff, and families. And it's interesting because when we built Bewell 365, we first designed it around our students and then our staff, and now our families. It's something that we're very proud of because we recognize providing a service to just one component of a family may not be enough. And again, I will acknowledge our organization partners who've been a big part of helping us to do that, to reach our families in ways that they can be comfortable and take advantage of all of those opportunities. Additionally, Montgomery County is a primary destination for unaccompanied minor children who are seeking to reunify with their families and other sponsors. So I'm sure you've heard about this and read about it in the news, but in collaboration with the council and the county executive, we are taking the possibility of an increased population very seriously and planning for that so that those students will receive what they need as they transition. Staff will share how we are becoming prepared to welcome and support the transition of these youth. For many who may have had disrupted education coming from very difficult circumstances and need the personal attention of our school system to provide what they need. The arrival of this group represents a real opportunity for us to provide value to those students, make connections to them in providing wraparound services that not only contribute to their success in the school system right now, but beyond, leading to graduation and career. So that is absolutely our focus, and we look forward to ultimately just welcoming that diversity into our Montgomery County community. So finally, today we're going to end our presentation with a short video. I shared earlier that we've been thinking about ways to communicate in the best way possible what our families should expect from us in the fall. So we're going to end our presentation today with that video. I'm sharing what those experiences will look like when we open the doors of our schools to all of our students in the fall. Our return to school plan is based on the current guidance for a safe return to school and is grounded in the commitment to offer students an experience that is absolutely better than it was prior to the pandemic. So with that, we will begin our presentation, and at this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Hazel.
Good afternoon, everyone. If we can please pull up the PowerPoint. Go to the summer school update slide, please. One more. Thank you very much. So good afternoon to everyone. Just providing you an update on summer school. As you can see there, our numbers at 52,456 students enrolled. Again, this is the highest number of students that we've ever had in any summer school program to date. And many of you know that our high school Central High School Summer School program started yesterday. That's the number of 5,695 students. And so we began that program yesterday. It is all online, and these are programs for students who are looking to earn credit or have credit recovery. For most of the students, things went very smoothly, but we do want to acknowledge that we did have some bumps with some of our students and families, and they were for a variety of reasons, very much independent and unique to the individual student, some related to communication, some related to technology access, getting links and things of that nature. So we are working diligently with families to correct any issues that surfaced yesterday. We want to remind our families that if there are any questions, they can go onto the MCPS website and click on the link for questions, and we have several people available who are responding to questions to ensure students are in the right place. And so we just want to ensure that all of our families know that that exists. You can also see here our demographic data, still looking very good and reflective of that of the school district. All of our other programs will begin next week. And if you can go to the next slide, I will talk about our staffing. Next slide, please. So this slide shows where we are with our staffing, although I am very pleased to share with you that for almost all of our programs, we are actually at 95 to 96%. And so our ELO, our local school programs, our virtual K-8, things are changing so quickly so that when we submitted this slide, you can see just from what I shared that the numbers have changed pretty significantly. We feel very good about the staffing for our ELO programs, very good about our virtual K-8 and local programs. We just have one or two more schools that need one or two teachers. And so Human Resources is working with us to fill those positions. We also want to share that our extended school year program, those numbers have also gone up probably to the mid 80s. And so that is really where we are focusing the majority of our attention at this time, is ensuring that those programs are staffed. We want to ensure our families that by this Thursday and Friday for our virtual K-8 program, this Thursday or Friday, they will hear from their assigned teacher, and they will receive the links to the classes that they will be taking next week after the 4th of July holiday. So again, all of our local school programs, most of them have already communicated with families, but by the end of this week, everyone should hear about their assignment and should be up and ready to go. So we just want to, again, thank all of our teachers. We want to thank all of those in Human Resources and School Support and Improvement who've been working very hard to ensure these programs are staffed. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Everett Davis to discuss our Community Navigator update.
So good afternoon to the board and also to Dr. McKnight. Thank you, Ms. Hazel. I'm excited to share with you our community navigators. I think you heard a little bit of a preview from Dr. McKnight. I'm so excited about the work that we are doing, continuing to do. I wanted to share a little bit of an update from this past Saturday, our most recent event, where the weather was hot. I think you heard Dr. McKnight say that, but so was the family engagement. And I just wanted to thank my co-chairs first before I go any further, Dr. Lane and also Mr. Cram, as well as our colleagues in transportation and also our volunteers. Also a special thank you, as you heard, Ms. Wolf was there along with her grandson. Thank you to both of them, as well as to Dr. McKnight for their support, also their presence, and really helping to engage our families and our communities. So over the course of the day, we engaged in these two events that you see listed here, the East County Recreation Center, as well as the Westfield Wheaton Mall. We engaged approximately 600 people, 300 at each event, and we were able to share, also answer questions, really help to continue to reinstill that sense of trust in our system as we talk about returning in the fall for full reopening. And I want to say that this engagement was in multiple languages. It was multilingual. We had offerings in English and Spanish, French, Chinese, as well as in Vietnamese. And we continued to approach the following navigators around summer school, re-enrollment, the virtual academy, as well as student vaccination. And I also wanted to thank our community partners. We could not do this without our community partners, particularly the East County Rec Center, as I mentioned, our faith-based partnerships through Kingdom Fellowship, Westfield Wheaton Mall, and also last but not least, our ice cream, Melco ice cream. Yes, we did have ice cream. It was hot. It was definitely a success and an added treat for a hot day, especially when we discuss supporting and connecting for student success. So where are we headed next? Please stay tuned for our July and August calendars because the work is not done by any means. We're going to continue to engage our community partners across the county, including an event called the Summer of Peace, which we will share more about. That's a partnership with Department of Health and Human Services, as well as re-engaging with our door knockers. Again, thanks to all who contributed to meeting our families where they are and in person. And at this time, I will pass it along to my colleague, Dr. Trinkamp, who will share an update on the Virtual Academy.
Yes, and thank you to the members of the Board of Ed, Dr. McKnight, for the opportunity to be here to share some exciting updates on this fast-moving project. So next slide, please. So I'll lead with the good stuff and then follow with better stuff. Since our last meeting and conversation, we have heard back from MSDE that our proposal has been approved for our blended virtual program here in Montgomery County Public Schools. So we're really excited to share that news with you and with our broader community today. And that allows us to actually move forward with communicating with families around acceptance, digging into the curriculum and the different program details, and actually making this come to fruition. So we're really excited about that update and wanted to kind of lead with that to help sort of put everything else into context. A lot of the program details we've been sharing at our parent webinars. They can be found on our website. We've been working one-on-one with families to share these details, but we just wanted to take a minute and just highlight just a couple details about the virtual program that we thought, sort of set us apart from some other virtual programs. Our program is a 5-day-a-week full day program. And what we're working on right now is taking a look at the students who have applied, and we are working through those applications. We're also taking a look at their course requests for next year, and that's how we're trying to make a match around what we offer in terms of our courses. We've had some questions around electives and other things. We know we cannot offer everything, but we're trying to make a match where we can, and then we'll have an opportunity to talk with families around selecting alternative courses if that particular course ends up not being offered due to staffing or enrollment numbers. Along those same lines, in year one, we will not be including specialized programs. So our immersion programs, our magnet programs, some of our signature programs across the district, IB. In year one, we really felt like we needed to focus on the core comprehensive instructional program. We needed to make sure that our students had the core courses that were needed at each grade level and also for graduation, particularly at the high school level. And we thought that we could layer in some specialized programs going forward as part of the longer term vision of the virtual academy. And so we've been having conversations with families about that so that they can make choices for this upcoming school year. And we're going to continue to spend the summer building out the program, building out the curricular program, and we're going to talk a little bit in an upcoming slide here just about what we're thinking in terms of curriculum. Next slide, please. So I wanted to share a little data with you around our current applicants. So this data is as of last Friday, where we had close to 1,050 students who have applied to the academy. As of this morning, it was a little bit higher. We were sitting right around 1,300, and that's about right. That's still keeping in pace with what we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks. So it's been a steady increase over the last month. And, you know, our application window will close on July 2nd. And then beyond that date, we will look at, you know, some exceptions. We will look at new students that are enrolling. But otherwise, we will start to move forward with our programming and planning with the students that have applied through that month of June. I want to make note of the high school numbers. The high school numbers look a little low in this slide, but I want to remind you of the numbers that Ms. Hazel was speaking about in her summer school update, that most of our high school students, 12,000 plus high school students are participating in taking that additional course through our online Pathways to Graduation program. And so over this upcoming school year, we do fully anticipate that several thousand students, just as in years prior, will participate in taking those additional courses. And we will work very closely with the online Pathways to Graduation program to begin to look at how we fold that under the larger Virtual Academy umbrella. But while we're getting up and running, we wanted to make sure that stayed put and that students had access to the courses they needed without worry about trying to also stand up other program components at the same time. As I mentioned in earlier slide and also in other presentations, our partnership with other offices to communicate what the Virtual Academy is and what it is not. Our partnership across offices has been incredible. Mr. Davis has been amazing with his team. We have helped support pop-up events. Flyers have gone out at vaccine clinics. We've done text messages, emails. We have our website. We have a community hotline where families can call the hotline and get help with their application or get answers to questions. And we've been doing one-on-one follow-up with almost every family that has reached out. We're still working through the applications, but we are absolutely taking them one by one and really understanding the unique circumstances. Next slide, please. We put this slide in just so that you could see on the application itself, we ask families to share, why it is they're applying to the virtual academy. And many families have, it's a multi-select area, so you can select more than one category. And our families are absolutely, as you can see by the data on the slide, they're selecting more than one area. So you can see sort of where the energy is around reasons why people are applying right now. We know that at the high school level, student schedule, CTE, grade improvement, those types of course requests often come in right at the beginning of the semester. So that's where that's where we're seeing the online pathways to graduation numbers really high. And that's where we anticipate after we get up and running in August and we start our school year, we'll start to really look at that partnership with those programs, and those numbers will climb. But you can see right now where the energy is on reasons why. Next slide, please. So wanted to just highlight a little bit about the application review process. Our families are asking, when will we hear? So getting that approval from MSDE was a very big step in us moving forward. But applications have been coming in, as I said, pretty steadily through parent view, through paper drop-off. So people are dropping off the paper forms, through email, they're attaching the form, through phone calls, and also through their schools. So some families have been working with this local school staff, and those applications have been coming in through that way as well. We have a large central office committee. They just finished meeting just a little bit ago here today. Again, they meet regularly and they conduct the screening of the application. So really, when they do that screening, there are a couple different outcomes that can result from that. And they're doing it in pairs so that they have the benefit of more than just one perspective in looking at the applications. So when they're looking at the application, they can accept the application straight away. So usually when that happens, there's sufficient documentation, sufficient rationale, and when they do a check around academics, attendance, engagement, the data looks really good. And so they can recommend to move straight to acceptance. They can also recommend to move straight to deny. When they, very few end up going straight to deny, they usually end up going to this pending bucket. But a straight to deny might be that there's either not enough to go on or the reason just doesn't make sense. And those will end up going through a second review anyway, just to ensure that we've really understood what the situation is there. And then in terms of pending, most of our applications are moving into the pending bucket, and that's where we end up having a central office IEP team that's taking a close look at our students who have IEPs to make sure we can actually meet their needs in the academy and have those IEP meetings and those conversations where needed. It could very well be that we have pending for academic review, where we want to dig in a little deeper to the academics, not just during this past year of COVID, but before that. So how was the student before we moved into this COVID era? How did they perform and attend and engage during the last year? All of that information helps to create a holistic picture to then make decisions. So in that instance, we might talk with the school counselor, the school leadership. In some cases, we've talked to classroom teachers, and our PPWs have been very instrumental in reaching out to talk with our families and the schools to really get that perspective. And then, we may ask for additional documentation. So that's another area where an application may be pending. Our PPW team is also reaching out around that, where an instance where a family has said that there's a health circumstance, but they haven't really provided a whole lot of explanation or rationale around that. And so we want to, honor those experiences. We want to make sure that we really dig into the application and understand the circumstances. So our PPWs are following up with, in those cases as well, to either create the documentation based on the information they're capturing, or to really just talk through with the family around what they're looking for. Eventually, the applications move into basically accept or deny. And if we move to the next slide, we will so accept or deny, and we're pretty far along in this process around the recommendation for accept or deny, and so we're moving through that now, and then we're just about ready to send out our letters to our families. So the letters to our families, if they've been recommended to be accepted into the academy, our families will have an opportunity to ask questions, to make those course requests that we talked about earlier. And then to really decide, is this for us or not? And they can confirm that acceptance and plan on attending, or they can decline and they can return back to their assigned school. So they will have an opportunity to make that choice. For our families that have been denied, and we don't have a whole lot of those right now, because I will say that we have more that have chosen to withdraw their application, which is really good news, because what it says to us is that our process seems to be working well, where those the PPWs and other staff that are working with our families to just talk through the opportunities of the virtual academy. Families have said, you know what, we've rethought about it and we're going to just pull back a little bit. We talk to our children want to go back to their assigned school, so we'd like to withdraw. And so that's where we've worked with families to make that happen. But we do have some that will end up being denied. And so those students will plan on attending the in-person experience at their assigned school, or they have an opportunity to appeal. And we do have an appeal process set up that mirrors our graduation appeal process. And so we want to make sure that families know that they do have an opportunity to revisit that should they want. Next slide, please. So we'll have a lot more updates on the curriculum and instructional program as we move into the summer, because a lot of our work right now has just been standing up the initial pieces of the academy. But we did want to touch on it just a little bit around where we're going with the curriculum. And as staff continue to be hired into the academy, this is going to be a core focus of the work. So we know that our curriculum, just as in our brick and mortar schools, is going to be a blend of district provided curriculum and also teacher created lessons. And that's exactly what our teachers do in the brick and mortar schools now. They have MCPS provided curriculum, and then they augment, they supplement, they create additional learning centers and learning experiences for students. And so we want our teachers in the virtual academy to be able to have that flexibility, to be creative, to have their own teaching personality come through, while also maintaining a high level of quality and standardization, not just within the academy, but also across MCPS. So the virtual academy doesn't stand apart from our MCPS schools and programs. It's actually very much connected. And that becomes really important as we look at some of the onboarding and offboarding, the on-ramps and off-ramps of our students who may want to be in the academy or need to be in the academy for part of the year, but then they may want to return to their homeschool. Same thing, that we have kids in their homeschool that for whatever reason really need to make a pivot. We want that alignment to be as close as possible to minimize that part of the disruption. To that end, we have licensing for Edmentum. We've had that for quite some time. Before that, we had Apex. Another big announcement over the last couple of weeks, they are now joining together as one company. So we'll now have Apex and Edmentum because they are now joined as one. And that allows us to actually customize some of the online content to align to our MCPS curriculum. So our units of study can mirror the units of study and the learning indicators for what's happening in the brick and mortar schools. Our kids will have access to all of the subscriptions that our other kids have. So, all of our online curriculum that we've purchased, all of the supplemental curricular subscriptions, they will have access to all of those as well. And just to touch on pacing for a minute, we know that, again, that alignment of, when are we in unit 1? When are we in unit 2? Are we covering all of the learning indicators in the semester course at the high school level, or even at some of our middle school students? Are we covering everything in the Algebra 1A course that needs to be covered? The answer is yes. And in fact, we're really working on going further than that and saying that we're actually covering the units in the same sequence and in the same pacing guide as well. So that becomes very important, particularly as we get into our high school level, so that our students stay on track for graduation, that they're completing the credits in the same amount of time that they would if they were back in their assigned brick and mortar school. Next slide, please. And this is our last slide for this update today. Wanted to just highlight staffing. We've been focusing a lot on processing student applications and also staffing the academy. We've been hosting a lot of interviews. Those are still in process, but we are excited to bring forward to you some leadership candidates for the dean position and the supervisor positions at the next board meeting on July 15th. So we're really excited to have that continue moving forward and then getting those people in place. At the same time, though, we've moved forward with advertising and interviewing for other key positions in the academy. So looking at the coordinator positions that will serve multiple functions. So they will serve as department chairs, they'll serve as curriculum specialists, they'll serve as staff development teachers. They will wear many hats. And they will go across a core group of departments. So a math, science, STEM, it could be one coordinator. Another could be our English language arts humanity, could be another coordinator. Our arts and electives could be a third coordinator. So really looking at how they can wear many hats to help with that curriculum piece, to help with teacher professional learning, to help with observations, and to help be that resource for our community, for our parents, but also for our teachers that have an awful lot to do in a really short amount of time. We're also interviewing for our special education resource teacher, counselors, of course, a registrar to make sure that we get folks hired. We're also partnering with some of our high school counselors that have been very gracious with their time to help us really dig into students and their four-year plan and ensure that that they have a high quality schedule for the fall that aligns to their four-year plan. So that's really been a big help, and we look forward to partnering with them throughout this summer to help us with getting students enrolled and onboarded in the academy. And of course, our teacher interviews as well. Those are all driven by enrollment so that we don't overhire when possible, and we don't worry about that. We have a lot of professional learning experiences slated around collaborative planning, team building, orientation, and getting ready for August and getting ready for our families. So that's a quick summary of several different work fronts around the Virtual Academy. And that concludes this part of our reopening of schools presentation. And I will turn it back over to you, Ms. Wolf, for your questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Ms. Mandrowski?
Yeah, thank you all for your presentation. I did hear you mention that, at least if I understood it right, MSDE approved the program and for the Virtual Academy, which is great. I was curious as to whether or not we expected them to set any additional requirements in their upcoming meetings that potentially could impact our plans at all, or do you think it will impact our plans?
Yep, thank you so much for that question. Yes, so MSDE did approve our application, which is fantastic. But we know that they are planning on meeting later this summer to continue talking about the reopening of schools and the role of the virtual academy across the districts in Maryland. We know we've also heard that they are very interested in hearing how many students have applied to each of our virtual academies, because I think they're very worried about, are more kids opting for the virtual academy versus returning to in-person learning. And going back to Dr. McKnight's conversation at the beginning around the expectation that kids will return to full in-person learning, that is the expectation. And so I can say that we will be watching their board meeting very carefully in their updates. They'll come later in July. We are prepared to make adjustments as needed to ensure that we stay in alignment with our local expectations and also any state expectations that will come out of that meeting in late July. We can also say that we feel pretty good about where we are because our academy numbers are less than 1%. And so because we are really pretty low with our academy numbers right now, less than 1% of our population has applied to the virtual academy, I think that we can say pretty confidently that we are within the parameters. So while we're watching, we're not, we're at alignment, and we feel that we're on the right path and we'll continue to stay in line as we go forward.
I also wanted to, Dr. McKnight, you mentioned which I appreciate your acknowledging. The fire turns around was waitlisted. We have waitlist from school, and we do.
Apply for summer school, and we're very excited about that. Just our recruitment effort around how we've done that has been magnificent. We are so far ahead, further along than where we were 2 weeks ago. So I just couldn't help but to shout out the staff who've been a part of that. Ms. Hazel, can you give us the last update that you all have? I know they normally collect the numbers again every Tuesday or Monday.
Yes. Currently at this time, we are not aware of schools that have wait lists. We do know that there were some families that registered even up until the last couple of days. And so we are looking for those families to see if there's some additional space for them. And so we've asked them to hold. But if families registered during that registration window, we shouldn't have anyone waitlisted. We've asked our other offices to check in with schools to ensure that there are not students who are waitlisted. And we've asked to receive the names of those schools so that we can be in contact and see what we can do. We do know of a few schools that had extremely low enrollment in kindergarten, for example, 2 students. And so that school wasn't able to make a full class. And so we were working to see if we could potentially have those students go to a different school or participate in some other type of class. So we do have some unique situations like that, but not any wait lists that I'm aware of. I do have Mr. Murphy here as well if you want to add any additional comments.
Good afternoon. No, just to repeat what you said, that any student who was able to register by the June 4th deadline is absolutely going to be served in the summer program. We did hear from some families who still wanted to enroll after that period, and now it's really rolling registration for those students based on the space that's available. But we are working on every single student and family that we hear from to find them space.
That's great. Thank you. And I really just want to say thank you to everyone who's helped with all the staffing and stuff like that. And great job. So thank you.
Next, I saw Ms. Harris.
Yep.
Thank you. I think the first question I have maybe goes directly to Mr. Davis. You mentioned there will be more of the pop-ups with the community navigators in July and August, and to be watching the calendar for those. Do you have any more idea yet when we may see those?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that question. We are meeting with our team on a weekly basis. So our hope is that, and as I mentioned, Mr. Cram is one of our communications support from the entire team, but he's one of our co-chairs, so that we hope by the start of the next week, as we go into July, that we'll be able to share updates as far as our next steps.
And will notice of those opportunities go out through all of our typical platforms and alerts and things like that?
Yes, and for example, for this last event that I mentioned, the one on the 26th this past Saturday, I know that, and I'll ask Mr. Cram just to confirm, but I know I received as an MCPS parent the text, also the emails as well, the normal venues, yes, that you mentioned.
Yeah, Mr. Davis, you're absolutely right. We will use all of our channels to reach as many people as possible. These have been such positive events. We want to ensure all those who wish to meet us in those spaces can do so.
And Ms. Harris, I also wanted to comment, they are meeting to develop that calendar so that we can map out all of the remaining pop-up events that we want to have over the summer. Because we also know the earlier and in advance when we can advertise that, the more families we can have to come out and participate, as well as rotating all of our staff to participate in those events. In this past weekend, we realized parents had very specialized questions regarding program, all types of things. And so that was a good opportunity for us to see that we're probably going to need to rotate staff through all of those events so that we can address the specific questions of that families have. So we will share that calendar with the board, hopefully next week, so that you will be able to see what we have planned for the remainder of the summer. Thank you for that.
And I think this question would go to Dr. Trenkamp. And I know these, my two questions here go more to information more specifically shared in the June 23rd transmittal memo. So please feel free to tell me. We'll be getting more information on these questions on the 15th of July when we next meet. But two questions I had in particular. One, do we have any sense as yet how we will be delivering the fine arts portion of both in the elementary school curricula, and it's also mentioned that fine arts will be available to middle and high school students in the virtual academy as well?
So we are absolutely working through that, as well as a lot of our electives. And in addition, taking a look at our PE classes and also some of our science labs. So we know that those are critical areas where online isn't always conducive to, a lot of either the physical or the hands-on pieces that come with those particular curricular areas. So we are in process right now of working through a couple options. One, we know that we can do a lot through our virtual space, but how can we make that better? How can we make that stronger? So partnering with our curriculum supervisors to help think through some opportunities there to improve that experience is something that we're working on here over the next month, ensuring that our students have materials. So one of the pieces we know during the pandemic was, we had our schools did an amazing job of helping to distribute instructional materials and supplies and technology. But how can we be purposeful now? As we think about the program, what materials do students need? They need books, they need novels, they need their workbooks, they need clay, they need paints, they need lab kits to go home to help bridge that experience. But in addition, we're looking at how we bring students in person. So we know that many of our stakeholders have asked about that. They've talked about in every one of our planning meetings across for the last several months around providing experiences for students in person. So just because we're a virtual academy doesn't mean everything has to be virtual. So How do we have assemblies or field days or open lab or designated fine arts time where kids can come in and actually work, under in an instructional space in person. So we're working through a lot of those details right now, and we hope to have more as we go through the summer.
Okay, thank you. And the second question I had is the mention in the memo that the virtual academy will be an opportunity for in-person students to take a course that is not staffed at their homeschool location. And how will we know what opportunities those might be, and at what point would we be making that information available to our students who have already signed up for classes for this next school year?
Yep, that's a really good question, and it's one we've been struggling with ourselves. We know that the vision for the virtual academy is that students will be able to take a course in the virtual academy that is not offered in their assigned school. We see that a lot at high school right now, where students attend one high school, but they would like to take a course. There just are not enough students to offer that course. And so ideally, students would be able to do that as part of their school day. Just because of the timing and where we are with standing up the core program in our partnership with our high school principals and internally, as we've talked about this, we wanted to move that to a later phase of implementation. So for this upcoming school year, we have a couple select experiences where we are piloting that opportunity, and we'd like to layer in a broader opportunity with the regular articulation season. So come November and December, when our high school students start to make their course requests, early January, that the virtual academy is in full partnership with our other programs too. That's when our students apply to magnet programs. That's when they apply to Edison. That's when people are starting to build the course tallies and build their master schedule. We'd like the virtual academy program to follow that same process and be part of that broader articulation process. For this upcoming school year, we have two opportunities, and they are truly out of a needs-based situation. One is at the elementary level for some accelerated math opportunity, where we've done this in the past in certain circumstances where there are students identified at the elementary level that would benefit from this accelerated math experience in grade 4 or grade 5, but the school is unable to staff that. Maybe it's 2 kids or 4 kids. How can we pull kids together so that students have access to that accelerated math class? How can the virtual academy help to support that work? And the second opportunity that we have right now that's come out of needs is 2 of our high schools have actually asked for support in helping to staff some of their French program, that together they could make close to a full French program. We start to get up into French 3, 4, 5, and 6. And how can the virtual academy help to support them with that? So those are 2 opportunities that we're using as a pilot for this upcoming year, and we hope to expand that as we get into the upcoming articulation season with our high schools.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Asante, I think I saw your light.
My question was about the comment made earlier during public comments, which you guys answered about summer schools and schools not having enough space to host classes, but you guys already answered that, so thank you.
I couldn't hear you. All right, thank you. Ms. O'Neill?
Yes, well, I want to thank staff for their tremendous efforts to get summer school going and to accommodate everyone to this point who had registered by June 4th. I mean, it's my understanding in response to Ms. Mondraski's question, those who have registered by the deadline have been accommodated, maybe not at their own school, but at another school, because I know especially I had seen, various emails from parents that classes had been combined at schools. The issue about staffing and summer school, this has been a hard year, not just for our families and children, but particularly for our staff. And I can appreciate that many of them may have opted not to participate in summer school because frankly, they're burned out. But it's not just with us. Arlington County reduced or uninvited some children to summer school because they did not have staffing. And last Friday, Fairfax County notified parents about ESY that they were shortening by 5 days, as I understood from the reports, ESY, and having to do 2 sessions because they did not have staff to do it. And they left a lot of parents in the lurch who thought ESY was starting this summer. And I know that we're a little short in the ESY staffing based upon your chart. That was the one area that had a lower percentage. But I just want to comment because, as Mr. Asani pointed out, one of our public commenters today said parents don't know, parents have been left in the lurch, but we have notified parents about the status, those who at least had registered by the deadline.
The only group of parents. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just to respond, and then I'll hand it over to Mr. Murphy. The only group that is still waiting to hear from us are the families in the virtual K-8 program, because we were still working on getting that staffing complete. So now we're in the process of sectioning students and assigning teachers. And so those families will hear this Thursday or Friday. Everybody else should be in pretty good shape. ESY as well, as we are finalizing that staffing, those families will hear as well. But those local programs are in pretty good shape. Mr. Murphy, any addition?
No, just to emphasize what Ms. O'Neill stated about the June 4th deadline. If you recall, there was a 6-week period that registration was open with lots of outreach that happened during that time. Upwards of over 45,000 students had enrolled by that deadline, which really needed to stabilize by that point in time so that we could verify that we had sufficient staffing to move forward, that we could move forward with the sectioning of students and assigning of students to teachers and begin that final communication out to the families to confirm. Many of the cases that we're dealing with right now are those parents who may not have been able to enroll by that time, and now we're doing our best to work with them. But those are many of the issues that we're hearing about our students who have indicated interest just in the last couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. My question was about the virtual academy again, and I didn't understand the point that was made about the high school population and why they were not seen in numbers for the virtual, and the online pathway to graduation was mentioned. If that could be restated, just why the numbers are low in the virtual academy, maybe less than expected, and what other factors contribute to that. I just didn't understand what the online pathway to graduation and CTE had to do with the numbers.
Yep, absolutely. And just clarifying that we have a unit that has really worked to build some of our online learning courses that we've offered historically. They also manage some of the credit recovery efforts. So if our students want to enroll in the online health course, the online technology course, or engage in credit recovery, traditionally they have signed up through our student online learning course. We're in the process of looking at how we bring the virtual academy and the student online learning together to make one comprehensive program. While we're standing up many thousands of kids in summer programs and also standing up the K-12 virtual academy, they're running parallel at this time. So the bulk of our high school students that take those additional courses are still sitting with the student online learning group. Over the next several months and even throughout all of next year, we'll be bringing those together so that they're under one umbrella. It just takes a little bit of time for us to figure out how they come together. And what we didn't want to do was lose track of any students, particularly this summer, as they were enrolling in classes and we were trying to get teachers for them. We wanted to make sure their needs were met. So we know that we have work to do to bring those programs together under one umbrella. And that's on our roadmap for this upcoming fall and throughout the school year.
Okay, thank you. And what does CTE have to do with enrolling or not enrolling in the virtual academy?
So what we have some students that applied to the virtual academy where they have already been accepted to one of our CTE programs. So maybe it's Edison, it could be Seneca Valley, and it could be Gaithersburg. So some program, and they would like to take the remaining courses because those are half-day programs. They would like to take the other half-day in the virtual academy. So instead of going back to their assigned school, they would go to, say, Edison and the virtual academy. And they felt that that was better for their schedule, where they could marry those two opportunities together. And we do have several applications like that.
Great, wonderful, thank you. And I also want to echo my colleagues' comments to really thank Dr. Nixon and her team for the incredible effort that you have been doing this entire year, first with the monitors and now staffing a summer school program of over 50,000 kids. That is unprecedented, and I think about you often, and I just want to thank you so much. It's really extraordinary, and your team, yes, has done a tremendous effort. That cannot go unrecognized. That is extraordinary. Thank you so much.
Ms. Wendrowski.
Yeah, thanks. Since it was brought up already anyways, can you just clarify about the ESY placements? I heard as recently, even as yesterday, that there are parents who still hadn't heard about summer school, about the placements or what time the buses are coming or who the teachers are. You kind of mentioned something about it, but I wasn't sure. Did you say they are now being contacted or we're still waiting for them to be contacted? And when will that start?
So I'll jump in there. For the virtual program, there are about 7,000 K-8 students who are in the virtual program. They will hear from their teacher by the end of this week with a welcome and introduction and how to access the first class virtually. For the school in-person programs, families should have received a confirmation from their school last week or the week before, depending on when the school sent it, that confirmed that you're signed up for the summer program, and we're looking forward to seeing you on July 6th. This week, now schools are sending those final preparations before the first day, the bus routes, the reminding them what time things start, the teacher assignment. So those final preparations, those final communications are happening this week from each local school who's running the in-person program.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then one other question was about the compacted math, since you had mentioned that as an example. Did we change the way kids are being evaluated or assessed in terms of participating in the compact math? And can you just explain, if yes, how it's changed? And our schools, do we have like a uniform, universal, if you will, process for that, or is it up to the school's discretion?
Yeah, so several months ago, we had a lot of questions from schools about, the impact of the pandemic and virtual instruction and moving students forward with accelerated mathematics. And they asked for some guidance from our office around, let's just take the students that are in the 4-5 compacted math class. How do we know that they are ready to continue to move on to 5-6 for next year? And so our office did provide guidance looking at multiple data points and other characteristics that would give schools guidance around whether or not those students should remain in the course. Again, it's guidance. So we shared with our schools that if students didn't necessarily exactly hit the targets that we had listed, that they could, with their teams, make decisions to keep students in those courses. And so we did give guidance to schools. We also, for the first time, with our current they're not third graders anymore, but our students who just finished third grade, we, working with a committee, decided that we would centrally identify at first those students that would go into 4-5, just like we are doing with our literacy curriculum, enriched literacy curriculum, and other programs. We do a central identification first and put those names to schools. That ensures that schools are not accidentally overlooking certain students. And so we surface students based on data, and then schools can add additional students that, because they know those students best. And so, yes, we did change the process slightly. But one of the things that we said to our parents and to schools is that every school needs to offer the 4-5 course and the 5-6 course. And so I know that we had some feedback from families that there was a school that didn't offer it. And we're working with that school now to ensure that maybe the students didn't exactly meet the mark, but we're going to work with them to identify students.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
It's Pondrowski. This is Kevin Lowndes. I would like to speak a little bit about the ESY and where we are with some of our ESY students. So one of the programs that we noticed almost doubled in size from any typical year was our program where our students are in the general education classes throughout the school year. And there seemed to have been some confusion between the general local program and the ESY program, and the purpose of the local and the purpose of the ESY programs being to focus in on life skills. So one of the things that we are doing right now is we're reaching out to some of our students that were in our programs in the general education classes throughout the school year to confirm that the parents understand that they have signed up for ESY and not the local programs. And if they would rather go to the local programs and participate in the literacy and in the math program, then we're looking to work with the schools to make that happen. Because as many know, the ESY program is focused in directly on the IEP goals and the IEP goals that are listed in the IEPs, and not necessarily focused in on the math and the literature that the students or the parents might feel that they've signed up for. So we are in the process of reaching out to those families to get confirmation that they understand what they signed up for, since we have so many families that have signed up for ESY for the first time that they might not have a good understanding of what they signed up for.
That's great. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. I think we have all our questions on that section answered. So would you like to continue, Dr. McKnight?
Yes, we will continue, Ms. Wolf. I did want to circle back on one topic. I know there were a lot of questions about the virtual academy and what we're doing this year and coming next year, and I appreciate you raising that, Ms. Harris. So Dr. Trinkamp stated it, and we will continue to say this is why we have that work group as a part of the 2.5-year plan as virtual learning, because this will be a program that we learn from, build out in the future based on what the needs are of our student, and quite frankly, looking at ways of continuing to evaluate access and opportunity and how this program may be able to build on that for years to come. We'll also need to do that in coordination with the state. as you know, there will be guidance and guidelines that we have to follow in building that out, because we quite frankly have not had a model in the state that would allow us to be able to do that. But we all want to get better in MCPS, and I'm sure the state feels the same way in terms of evaluating how do we look at those programs that traditionally have provided limited access and opportunity for our students, and this might then be a conduit for how we're able to build on that. So that is, I'm so glad you raised that, because that will be work that we build on this coming year and years to come, and we'll continue to build that out and share with the board and our families in terms of what the future looks like for that. So thank you. I wanted to circle back and comment on that.
Dr. McKnight, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is there an indication yet that the state intends to come up with standards for the virtual academies?
So much of that is being rolled out as we speak. The state has traditionally been looking at programs that we've traditionally, like the programs we offer here, that we're able to provide, but nothing at the scale of which school systems are really engaging in now in terms of how do we open up all of our programs and opportunities to a larger number of students. And so that will be guidance that the state continues to develop so that we can be consistent across school systems. But I must say I'm excited about the fact that they have been asking for models. At some point, I know our team went up and presented at MSDE in terms of the vision of what we were trying to implement. So that will continue, and I'm sure as that work is folded out among school systems in the state, they will make that guidance more clear and concrete for us as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, we will move on to the second part of our presentation, and I will turn it over to Mr. Everett Davis, who will give us an update on Bewell 365, restoration, healing, and well-being.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight, and again, good afternoon to the board. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm presenting on behalf of our associate, Ms. Rubin, and also want to thank the Student Family Support and Engagement Directors for being a part in the audience today to help us in support, and also for leading this work as well. Wanted to start off with a little bit of background, actually, before we go any further in looking at this slide. What you see in this presentation represents the simultaneous work for us to build out the pillars of Bewell 365, while also supporting our system's response to COVID. And I want to circle back to Dr. McKnight's earlier comments about how we are supporting our students, our families, as well as our staff. And I think that's a critical piece to elevate as far as Bewell 365. When we're talking about restoration, healing, and well-being, it's for all of our stakeholders. And I know you're familiar with this pyramid, just to kind of set the stage for us as we take a look with the foundation being all in, that we are talking about equity, which is one of our core values as a system, and closing the opportunity gaps as well as achievement gaps for all of our students. And we talk about achievement, that includes the social emotional learning for all of our students, followed by our 2.5-year plan, which, although social emotional learning in Bewell 365 transcends all of those areas, the main focus is around the well-being support that I mentioned, again, for our students, staff, and also for our families. And then, of course, our strategic plan, and specifically around those priorities of safe and healthy learning environment, which that social emotional learning is so critical to, as well as the social and emotional needs of our students. And I want to thank our board for aligning our budget with those priorities and providing the support so that we can continue that work, especially as we reopen for the fall. Next slide, please. And so a little bit about professional learning. I want to walk you through some of the major initiatives and work that we are doing within our space of student family support and engagement. One of those you probably heard about is our SEL curriculum. We do have a district-wide SEL curriculum, which we went through an RFP process for that. And in addition to the leadership of Dr. Conley, and also Dr. Cruz, you can see that we work through a cross-functional community work group to bring that forward and to really stand that up. We did decide on Stephen Covey's Leader in Me, which will be implemented for the upcoming fiscal year in a series of cohorts, starting with cohort 1, and you can see the schools as well as the clusters that are implementing in this first cohort in grades K through 12. and the staff training has already begun and will continue through the summer. Next slide, please. Another one of our bodies of work and also relates to our Bewell 365 Essential of Restorative Justice is our RJ, as we often call it, our RJ training. And you can see there that we are offering 2 different levels of RJ training, our Tier 1, which is available to all of our MCEA and SEIU staff. You can see the numbers there that we've had over 1,000 of our staff as of June the 11th register for that, as well as a differentiated approach for those who are looking for more intensive training for both our middle schools and our high schools. And you can see there that they can do that through teams as well as the support of an RJ coach. We've also listed for you over 2,000 registrants. You can see for one of our trainings, the fundamentals of justice, as well as over 1,000 for our applying and evaluating fundamentals of restorative justice. And again, that is through teams. Next slide, please. So in addition to our offerings, as I mentioned, the professional learning and really the focus around continuous growth and improvement, I'm excited to share with you something called a Fit Hub. It's our fundamental end-time training, which has been facilitated and really organized by 2 of our restorative justice instructional specialists. And what is very exciting among many items about this Fit Hub is that it is support across student family support and engagement, but also across our one OTLS. What are those supports that are needed for us as the leaders in order to provide that those skills, those resources to our teachers, to our leaders, specifically around social, emotional, and the psychological needs of our students, and that are in direct alignment with our Bewell 365 framework. These items, this information is archived and will be archived, continue to build that out, so it will be archived, and we are looking to continue to cultivate our learning environments, again, around SFSC as well as around our one OTLS. Next slide, please. So another one of our bodies of work, and I know Mr. Neff, one of our directors, has been one of the leaders, as well as so many others who have contributed to this, is our student well-being teams, which have been so effective and just so impactful throughout the COVID pandemic. And I'm excited to announce that they are here to stay. And we talk about how some of the lessons learned from the pandemic, and I believe truly that this was a resource and a support that should and needs to continue. And as you can see, just what is the basis of that? We have served nearly 10,000 students that were discussed by the student well-being teams across all of our schools, with the primary reason for the referral being attendance and active engagement. As you can see, that represented 71% of the referrals. Also, particularly around our subgroups, those who receive our free and reduced meals, as well as our students who are limited English proficient, as you can see illustrated by the pie graphs. The student well-being teams, as I mentioned, will continue for the upcoming school year, and our summer ILTs will continue to focus on well-being as part of their school improvement process. There is a web module that is being developed for best practices for student well-being teams. And also we're looking at our data collection. What is our evidence that in fact the student well-being teams are effective? So we're, in the spirit of continuous improvement, looking to make our data tool more user-friendly and also to yield more actionable data. We will also continue, I mentioned that theme of professional development, professional learning. We'll continue our student well-being team drop-in sessions where schools can share their best practices, as well as for us to share expectations and key messages around this continued work. Next slide, please. Also wanted to share an update regarding our unaccompanied minors initiative. And as you can see illustrated from these circles, it is a shared work. The influx that we are expecting, there is no way that we could proceed in providing the ample supports that our students and families need and deserve within MCPS. So as you can see, this initiative, as we will call it, is a shared responsibility and a shared effort a shared opportunity, I would even refer to it as. And you can see some of our community partners that are listed there as we continue to look for ways to renew and expand our policies and procedures, and also our commitments to a culturally responsive mindset, which we believe in working together as teams is such a critical element of this. What opportunities will our newly arrived students bring to us in an assets-based mindset, and how can we adjust our practices accordingly? Also, what caring relationships can we continue to develop with the families as well as the sponsors? How are we activating our well-being supports for the families and also for the students? And using our school communities as connectors. I know I spoke a little bit earlier in the presentation about our community navigators. How can we continue to interact and interface and provide those resources in an in-person in addition to in a virtual way for our families? And lastly, our professional development. I know that's been the theme throughout our presentation, but what types of professional development will be needed in order for us to achieve all of the items that I have just listed, especially culturally relevant interactions that we will need in order to best serve these students, our students, and families. Next slide, please. And so to talk a little bit more specifically about that, what that will look like, and I've had the pleasure of working, as I mentioned in the last slide, with many different stakeholders to build this out. As far as our Children Fleeing Violence work group, we have an internal MCPS work group, and also working with our partners and DHHS, Department of Health and Human Services, on the steering committee to really develop a concerted effort around our Unaccompanied Minors Initiative. So as you can see here, I just wanted to share some of the concurrent work that is occurring. We are right now in our implementation phases, is probably the best way to think of it, looking at mobilizing. First of all, how do we mobilize the necessary resources, which includes positions, and we are looking at our care navigator position, to organize the resources that will be needed, as you can see in that center arrows there, the wraparound services that will be need, someone who can help us to coordinate that both internally as well as externally, again, in working with our DHHS partners. You can see that we are working with our MET sites, which we anticipate will see an influx system-wide, but also particularly for our MET sites. What are the supports that will be needed there as far as capacity building and professional learning that will occur there as well. And also we're in preliminary discussions of a possible option of support of a mobile resource. Just again, to think about our next phase of partnership identification and tracking and implementation, what that looks like with our current staff, with our ESOL transition counselors, with our pupil personnel workers, and also with our parent community coordinators, who we know are often closest to this work and closest to the students and families, how we will continue to develop their capacity, but also seek their assistance to develop the capacity of others. We are committed to continue well-being implementation, which I spoke about through professional development and also communications, working closely with our communications team, as well as what is the impact of all of this work. So after we have gone through the cycle, what is the impact of the work and what do we need to do in order to adjust, particularly as we continue to navigate this influx of our students coming into our system and how it will make us better as a system. And all of that in preparation for working for an ask of our county council on July the 22nd. We are in preparations for that. And again, going back to what I shared at the beginning in the last slide about how this is a concerted effort, and we know that we will need additional resources and supports outside of MCPS to best serve our families as well as our students. Next slide, please. And so a little bit of background in what is known as SEMI, our Student Empowered Mentoring Engagement. I know that there was a resolution that Dr. Daka had brought forward to address the needs of the students who had below a 2.9 GPA and who were also experiencing behavioral health challenges. And so in response to that, one of the supports that we are excited to lift up is the SEMI, again, Student Empowered Mentoring Engagement. And you can see the vision of SEMI listed there. It promotes a multi-tiered mentoring for all approach to building and supporting healthy communities through restorative practices. And you heard me mention that being one of our Bewell 365 essentials. How do we achieve that vision? Through our mission that the Montgomery County children, youth, and families will receive timely, appropriate, equitable, and sustainable access to resources, supports, services, and opportunities to support their well-being. And you can see that mentioned there in the bullets. We are looking at partnerships, another theme that I mentioned. We're continuing to work with our DHHS partners, our wellness centers, as well as the Montgomery County Collaboration Council. And we're looking for mentoring for a wraparound. This is our pilot 3-year introduction for grades 4 through 12. And it will include, as I mentioned, restorative justice, our wellness, our mentoring, working with our student and family support teams. And we are looking to, again, for any of our students who have below a 2.9 GPA to be able to support them in a culturally sensitive way, not just our students, but also our families as well. And so we will continue to mobilize the training for our staff in order to support this SEMI program. And it will continue to expand our restorative practices framework, as I have shared with you. Again, that being one of the essentials of our Bewell 365, and circling back to what I shared in the restorative justice slide. Next slide, please. And so, as I mentioned, our plan is a 3-year rollout, starting in year 1 with our community schools and our Title I schools. Again, with that less than a 2.5 GPA for our elementary, middle, and high schools, that grades 4 through 12. Our service target is approximately 1,500 students, as well as their families, as I mentioned. And then in year 2 and 3, we would like to continue to build upon those efforts through our focus group students, as well as any of our students who have been involved in our disciplinary system, really continuing to build that out with another 3,500 students, and again, with that GPA of a less than 2.9. So at this point, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share again on behalf of our directors within SFSC, as well as Ms. Rubin. And I will now turn it over to Dr. McKnight, who will share some closing thoughts.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Davis. So essentially today's presentation has been just really talking about our ongoing efforts in preparing students for this summer and connecting with communities in a way that really gets them into the understanding of how we're welcoming them back into our schools in the fall, in a nurturing environment that does provide an in-person learning experience with the teacher in the classroom. And most importantly, a model that is focused on putting our students first. And I want to emphasize that because there have been a number of experiences we've had over the past year where we've had competing forces and priorities. The virus being the first without name that we had to navigate and think about how we could provide access to our students. And now, since we're in a much better place, for us to really think about how does that signal us putting our students first, and how we connect with their families, how we plan intentionally for what we want their learning experience to be, and how we put all the pieces together to make sure every environment that they walk into is a nurturing one, will be our priority. So we're excited about opening the doors of our schools in the fall to receive all of our students back. And I shared earlier today that we would provide you with a video of exactly what that experience will look like, taking into consideration how overall we've just learned to be more safe individuals and when interacting with one another. And so we're constantly communicating that safety, and we'll do that so with our students as we continue to follow CDC guidance and following the guidance coming from our state and our local government, but really making sure that we keep all of those things in mind as we operate and plan for operation in the fall. So this video will be shared with you, and it is subject to change. So at this time, we'd like to go ahead and share that video with you. And following the video, Mr. Doug Hollis is with us today, who will share a final slide around our current mask guidance. Okay, TV, I'll turn it over to you.
These were the usual sights and sounds of school prior to COVID-19. And these will be the sights and sounds again as MCPS fully returns to in-person instruction at 100% capacity for 5 days a week. School will return to their pre-COVID schedules, including bell times, bus schedules, number and length of class periods per day, lunch, recess, and extracurricular activities. The 2021-2022 school year experience will be better than ever. During the pandemic, we've learned so much. To teach virtually, our educators expanded their thinking and creativity, and now they will bring all that wisdom and those best practices back into the in-person classroom. We've improved our technology, and now we're better poised to use that as a resource and learning tool. And students will continue to use the Chromebooks and internet connections we provided. MCPS will also address learning disruptions students experienced as a result of the pandemic. In addition to increased enrollment in our summer enrichment programs, we have developed plans to ensure all students are performing on level and will receive supports for any missed or unclear content areas. The first day of school is August 30th, and students will return to engage and interact with their teachers, fellow students, and the entire school community. MCPS, better than ever. The challenges we shared during the pandemic are nearly behind us. Vaccinations and enhanced health and safety protocols helped reduce the spread of COVID-19 in our community, allowing MCPS to return to typical school operations. Asynchronous Wednesdays will be no longer. Students interested in continuing with virtual learning may be able to do so via the MCPS Virtual Academy. As we fully reopen, the health and safety of students and staff is paramount. While not mandatory at this time, MCPS strongly encourages all staff, parents, and students over the age of 12 to get vaccinated. Currently, and subject to change, MCPS will require students, staff, and visitors to wear appropriate face covering when in school buildings, even if you are fully vaccinated. Masks are not required, but highly recommended when outside on school grounds or when in central office buildings. Masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, and disinfectant wipes, as well as PPE for specific special education interactions, will still be provided in all schools and offices. Current guidelines have allowed MCPS to reopen at 100% enrollment. Our classrooms can be arranged in a variety of ways to accommodate all students in person. Schools can remove physical distancing tape marks and related signage. Cubbies, lockers, restrooms, and hallways can be used as they were prior to the pandemic. Outdoor play areas can be fully utilized. Students and staff are encouraged to wash or disinfect hands before as well as after lunch and recess. Throughout the school day, students and staff should perform good hand hygiene practices, especially after activities where shared items may be handled. Items or materials such as crayons, scissors, books, learning manipulatives, and office equipment can now be shared without cleaning in between users. Items associated with face contact, such as goggles and certain musical instruments, should be cleaned in between use. Here are some other revised guidelines which may change during the school year. Health attestations, in-school COVID pooled testing, as well as testing and quarantining after out-of-state travel will no longer be required. Please note, if you are ill or have COVID-like symptoms, all students and staff should stay at home and get a COVID-19 test. If a student or staff member develops COVID-19 symptoms while at school, they will follow the guidance of school staff. Contact tracing will continue in the case of known positive cases. While water fountains will now be available, MCPS recommends the use of a drinking cup or reusable container to help prevent the spread of germs. Staff meetings and IEP meetings may take place in person or virtually. PTAs and the community use of school buildings may resume, adhering to revised safety protocols. Students who typically take an MCPS school bus will do so again, but with mask protocols in place. For those students who walk or who are dropped off, they need to remember to mask up before entering the building. Other safety measures that continue to stay in place include enhanced HVAC filtration, portable air cleaners, and more frequent cleaning of bathrooms, common areas, and high-touch surfaces. As we fully open schools, one primary goal is to keep our students and staff safe. We look forward to the full reopening of school this fall. Together, the 2021-2022 school year will be better than ever.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll transition to Mr. Hollis, who will close out this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Good afternoon, Ms. Wolf, members of the board. I just want to take a quick moment to highlight information on masks. For school year 2021, we have had an indoor mask mandate. This will continue during the summer session as well. As shared at the June 10th board meeting, outdoor mask wearing is not required, but highly recommended. And we definitely want people to be mindful of the temperatures and do so in a safe manner if they decide to wear a mask outside. We are aware of our recent updates by our governor and our county council. MCPS continues to work with the public health officials to determine our position now for the summer and also for the future. Some of the considerations include public health recommendations, also vaccination status and overall availability of vaccines for all school-aged children. That really concludes what we wanted to highlight around masks. Ms. Wolf, we are ready for discussion.
Thank you. I'm going to just go in order. I'm going to ask everyone to be as succinct as possible because we have a very long agenda today. Dr. Daka, if you have no questions, you can just say pass.
I really don't have any questions, but I want to congratulate our staff because 2 meetings ago, there was some concern about, well, how are they going to do this? And how are the schools going to have programs? And what if the school doesn't have a program? Do we have enough staff? And they've done a yeoman's job of providing all that information. I thank you so much. And I want to thank Mr. Davis for talking about SEMI, which is a concern that I've had about the kids with the 2.0 who have been suspended. And I see that they're going to be really working with those. So thank you very much.
Ms. O'Neill.
Yeah, first on the unaccompanied minors, you know, several years ago when there was a surge in Montgomery County, we had a remote site for registration separate from Rocking Horse up at the Germantown Up County Regional Service Building. And I heard today, you know, that when the mass vaccination site at Montgomery College closes this Friday, it's going to move to that site. Are we considering the possibility that we may need a second intake site for international students?
Yes, and I can share that has been something that has been discussed. I know right now we're continuing to monitor the trends and really revisiting how we do business as far as enrolling our students in international admissions at Rocking Horse. So I would definitely say that, and I appreciate you sharing that suggestion. I can take that back to the team to have an additional site. And really learning from what we did several years ago with the surge previously.
Absolutely, and I did just want to add to that, we've been working closely with our county partners on that as well. So to your point, Ms. O'Neill, if we need to look at additional space, I feel like we will have the support to be able to do so in the county. But thank you for raising it.
We have had previous experience with this situation. And I mean, when Dr. Navarro was chief academic officer, she was the point person that helped us get that site up at the Up County Regional Service Center. And then the other thing is about the mask guidance. I know that the governor's guidance is lifted as of July 1, and it says, you know, no masks required even in schools. And I just wonder, are we confusing things, or is this because of what the county council as the Board of Public Health has said?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. O'Neill, for raising that. So yes, every time the governor does make a mandate for the state, then it goes into local jurisdiction to figure out how do we then translate that. We've lived that experience here in Montgomery County along the way. And so we have been in contact with the Department of Health and Human Services, Dr. Gales, who actually will be coming to our board presentation next month. And so He's collecting information, working with the county council, because whatever our local jurisdiction adheres to, that is exactly what we intend to follow as a school system. And so because there have been no changes locally for us in terms of the mask mandate, that is what we then will follow. And I should have said this earlier, even when we were given the video, all of this is subject to change as we will constantly follow our local guidance regarding mask wearing. I will tell you, we have had quite a number of discussions around understanding that indoors does provide flexibility for those who are vaccinated, but taking into consideration our elementary students under the age of 12, particularly, we do not have a vaccination for yet. So still knowing that we will be providing mask guidance for those who are unvaccinated, and that's, a very serious situation that we're looking at, will be important, but also looking at the spaces in which masks will not be required. And that outdoor space is one that we have talked about, in terms of providing that flexibility. So we will continue to provide that update, but that is exactly what it is, Ms. O'Neill. We have to translate the guidance coming from the state always into what that means regarding local decisions and how that then impacts the school's guidance.
Ms. Mandrowski.
Yeah, thanks. That was basically kind of my question, but I just want to expand on it a tiny bit in terms of, I guess, our role in working with the county council or local. Just so, for example, if you are not someone who wants to continue wearing the mask after the governor's, lifted the thing, are we going to accept students into virtual school, for example, only until they're allowed to go back into schools without mask, if that's what a student wants or a family wants? I mean, for me, at this point, I feel like if we're going to continue to have to wear a mask at meetings, then why wouldn't we do them virtually as opposed to in person and things like that? So I'm just curious how we're helping to make sure that they understand that it has impact on our programming and our facilities and things like that.
Absolutely. We definitely have the same interest. And that's why we've invited Dr. Gales to just give an overall picture of what we're looking like in the county into our board meeting next month, because we think by then there may have been some changes, even locally based on the governor's mandate as of July 1. And so we want to be in compliance with that. And we're taking into consideration all the things that you have mentioned. But we also don't want to make a decision about schools that is in a different direction from where we are as a county. And so I ask that we bring that back to our July meeting, which is exactly what we're doing right now. We said we're continuing with the guidance that we have right now, moving forward, but definitely want to be more definitive for our families in July. We want to get away from having to pivot every month. And I feel like, changes are happening so that we're going to be able to make some more defined decisions, but we want to do it in lockstep with the county government. Thank you.
Ms. Sylvester.
Yes, I wanted to start out by first appreciating Mr. Davis's comment about the student well-being teams and developing a data tool to know that we are being effective in our work through that, the well-being teams. In regards to the unaccompanied minors, so just trying to understand how a student will be helped with this very robust plan of action. So if I'm a student and I get placed at Gaithersburg High School and I'm a 9th grader, how do all these webs of services reach me as I am sitting in that school doing my best during the first year? Do I have to stop attending? Do I have to be failing my classes? Like, how do the interventions get to the student?
I'll start, and of course, Mr. Davis, you can add in anything that I missed, but I think the first step is exactly what we're saying, identifying those students and knowing initially what supports are needed for them to be successful, and really kind of calculating that at the very beginning versus figuring it along throughout the year. One of the lessons we've learned from 2017 was just enrolling our students is the first step. But at the beginning, we have to really think about what are all the things that are needed to help them be successful. If they came here with a lot of debt, then we have to figure out how do we help support them with that. The families who come on board who could very well be sponsors to some of those students coming into our school system. What are some of those family needs that we can help support them with so that they are there for the long haul and are able to provide the support in ways that they may not know are available to them. So the first charge is taking clear calculation up front of what are the circumstances around each of those students so that we are providing the support to help them be successful at the start, and then having those touch points throughout the year so that we're checking on their progress, not just academically, but with the family. How are those supports going that are in place for those families? Is it impacting the student in a way in which we can see that translate into their academic success? And also looking at the well-being supports. A lot of those students who come in need that ongoing counseling up front. And sometimes that requires us having to work with the family to understand exactly what that need is, particularly for those who may be experiencing trauma. So that may be some encouragement, because that's yet another task that others have to work with families on implementing so that they can actually take advantage of some of those services. So I'll start by saying those are just some examples of things that we have been able to do. And earlier, Ms. O'Neill mentioned Dr. Navarro, who was a part of a work group helping with the county government to give a report to us to evaluate what are the needs necessary moving forward. One of the recommendations that them, as well as a group of staff who've worked with them on, have recommended having a newcomer coordinator, and that's not something that we had in 2017, that we know will be an individual who can help coordinate all of those different supports, whether it may be locations that we need support from the county government, to developing additional partnerships that may be available for family counseling services. So I share those with you as just an example of how that could work for a student who's a newcomer into our school system in Montgomery County Public Schools. And Mr. Davis, if there's anything else you'd like to add to that experience, I'll open it up to you to share.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. No, I would just add that it really emphasized the point when we're enrolling a child, we are enrolling the family. So providing supports to the student, but also providing supports to the family, and also using our resources within SFSC and beyond. I mentioned our ETCs, ESOL transition counselors, our parent community coordinators, as well as our PPWs. I could go on, but the supports there, as well as in thinking about the well-being of the students, who do the students interact with? And so I would like to add, when I talked about that theme of professional learning, are we equipping all of our staff members, security, for example, who often have very strong relationships with our students, and think of who sees the students on the most on the most frequent basis, our main office staff, our guidance secretaries, just really all of our staff members, in addition to their teachers, to make sure that they are equipped with the resources, again, to provide supports to our students and also our families as they navigate any type of trauma that they may have experienced, as well as keeping them in. We talk about preparing our students to thrive for their futures. It's not just when they come in the door, but we want them to continue to thrive throughout their tenure with us, but also post their time with us as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate everything that you're doing, definitely. It's just that when you arrive at the International Student Center, you're overwhelmed and you're hit with information, all valuable information, and then you're at your school, again, overwhelmed with being in a new country, not speaking the language, and a new school system. So you don't necessarily volunteer that you're in crisis at home. And so I think that, imagine a quiet person learning the language. They're not going to tell you that they need all of the services. And so that's always the challenge, is we have services and making sure that the people that need them really take advantage of them. So I look forward to seeing how this rolls out. I know that the wave is still coming, not here yet exactly, but I'd like to see some level of accountability built in, because ultimately, once they're in the high school, they're the principal's responsibility and they become the success of the school. But because we are applying this extra layer, how can we build in another level of accountability? So maybe the care coordinator can say, after the first school year, we enrolled 2,000 kids and 2,000 kids are still in the system or not. Because I think the way that it's set up as belonging to the school, which is the right thing, sometimes they get lost in the larger school shuffle. So I just put that out there as for you all to think about, a second layer of accountability, so that as we process X thousand of students this year, at the end of the school year, we can say we still have 100% of them, or whatever the number can be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Sylvester. I just have to say I appreciate you elevating the accountability part, because quite frankly, that should be our model for every single one of our students. No one should get lost in the system. Yes, we are a big system, but if we're being intentional about making sure we are ensuring the success of every single student in the school system, that has got to be a part of the process. As you were speaking, one way we'd be able to elevate that and think about the progress of those students is in our equity accountability model. That's where we actually look at the success and the academics and how that translates into the student experience within the day. But I like the way you gave that recommendation about the coordinator actually being able to speak generally about all the students that we've received, and then just kind of giving progress on how well they're taking the supports that are available to them and how they're actually translating into that student success that goes beyond how they're performing in school academically. So we will definitely take that into consideration in terms of part of what the coordinator could do to help elevate that. But thank you so much. This is very important to us as a system.
Ms. Evans?
Yes, sure. So no questions, just real quick comments. And one was mentioned by my colleague, Ms. Sylvester, in the very beginning in reference to the information that we received on the student well-being teams. I really appreciated that. They really worked hard along with everybody else in our system, but just really great to see this information right here in front of our faces. And then I'll just say there is some deliberateness in trying to make certain that our students are first. So I appreciated that Mr. Davis came back with the information in regards to Dr. Daka's, well, the whole board voted on the resolution around looking at our students under GPA of 2.9. So I like the SEMI. There's so much intentionality behind leveraging our partnerships to help support our students. I just wanted to highlight some of the out of the box thinking that we're doing to make certain that we continue to put students first. So I'll let my other colleagues go, but I appreciate the comments of my colleague, Ms. Sylvester. Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, thank you. The first question I have for Mr. Davis is backing up just a bit to the discussion of the social emotional learning curriculum. We approved a couple of board meetings ago the initial purchase of the Leader in Me curriculum. You mentioned that we're going to be rolling that out first in 9 clusters. I assume that's elementary, middle, and
I'm sorry, Ms. Harris, I lost the last part of your question, but I think you said all 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high? Yes? Yeah, the answer is yes. Pre-K through 12, that's correct.
And what is the plan then for rolling that out to the remaining 16 clusters? And what will those clusters that aren't receiving the Leader in Me as their social emotional learning curriculum for this coming school year, what will the other schools be receiving as far as their social emotional content, learning content?
Sure. So it's a 3-year rollout with the additional, of course, breaking the schools into thirds. So the second year, the third year. I know that's the first part of your question. The second part of your question, what will schools receive? I'm going to ask Dr. Connolly to share a little bit more, Dr. Cruz to share a little bit more about what supports the schools who are not as a part of the cohort can receive.
And good afternoon to members of the Board of Education and Dr. McKnight and others. So we have been currently providing social emotional learning lessons to all of our schools and have been developing them over the past 1.5 years. So those schools will still have access to all of the SEL lessons that are part of our Bewell 365 course in Canvas. And so our staff have access to that. They will continue to receive training. We have asynchronous training on how to implement them already in place for our staff who haven't already been doing that. And so they will continue to receive additional information around additional lessons, information around, like, again, what we have been doing for the past year and a half. And so we're currently working with our vendor to develop over the course of the year information for our cohort 2, cohort 3 schools in terms of getting some initial information around what the Leader in Me curriculum is, to try to prep them a little bit earlier than our cohort 1 schools have. And actually, I was just in a meeting with them today talking about it. And so we are working on these things, and we will continue to provide support to our cohort 2, all of our cohorts, but especially our cohort 2, cohort 3, to try to get them ready for this and to provide support for them with the current SEL lessons that MCPS has developed so that they can provide that to students as they start the year as well.
Thank you. And the next question I have goes to our ongoing support and work with the restorative justice program, which is something that I'm a strong supporter of, but just wanting to make sure. We have heard from families who've had concerns and maybe not the best experience with restorative justice in a school, and wanting to make sure that the participation in restorative justice, especially if it's the student who is the quote unquote victim of whether it's bullying or harassment or maybe even having their belongings misappropriated, that on their part, behavior in restorative justice, specifically restorative justice circles, is voluntary. And if they do participate, that we're making sure our staff are trained to really facilitate those well.
No, and I appreciate that comment. I know that we're going to discuss a little bit further in our agenda, a little bit more about that, but I would welcome Dr. Cruz to speak a little bit more around that.
Dr. Cruz is not there. Ms. Harris, can we come back? Can we bring her back to talk about the RJ? I mean, we definitely have been intentional about how we've expanded the restorative justice process. Our county council was very generous to give us additional funding to make sure that we were implementing that in all of our schools, but we also want to make sure the implementation plan is working for our families. And more importantly, if they find that there are issues there, we do want to know about them so that we can make an adjustment. So if it's okay, can we come back to this?
Absolutely, thank you. And the last question I have goes to our preparation for our newcomers. And first, I really appreciated, Mr. Davis, the way you couched the beginning of that conversation. Looking at the newcomers, the students who are arriving in our country, perhaps unaccompanied, then coming to our county to be reunited. And you're talking about them as the value that they're adding. Because I really believe what you said, that these young people may be fleeing violence, they may be fleeing the catastrophic influences of the climate crisis in where they live, and they may be traumatized in their journey, but they also bring a tremendous amount of resilience and grit with them. And they really have a lot to offer us. And I really, really appreciated you pointing that out. And as I'm looking at the program, I noticed I did tune in, I guess it's about 2 weeks ago now, the presentation made to the council's Education and Culture Committee. And during that presentation, there was a mention of newcomer coordinators, which I don't see here. And is this, have we sort of changed the way that we're thinking about that role? Or is it called something else here?
Yeah, that is, we're still working through the naming of it, but what you heard, the description, and I watched that as well, is the same position.
Okay. So is that what we're calling a care navigator in this document?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then the last question is going back to something we talked about in several other board meetings, looking at the fact that we have 23 MET sites and they're not all the same. They don't all have the same services and programs at each location. that being the case and building really on Ms. Silvestri's questions and comments, have we considered something like a mobile resource team that could go to schools, particularly, I know some schools like Blair really lack a lot of the other programs like Linkages to Learning or a school-based health center that some of our other MET sites do have, and trying to kind of bridge that divide a bit.
And yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Davis.
I'm sorry, Dr. McKnight. I was just going to say, yes, that is something that we are most definitely considering and in the preliminary works of organizing. But yes, it is absolutely on the table.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Asante.
Most of my questions were answered. They were about the math and SEL lessons. I did want to say that I'm happy to see that I was happy to see the video. It's great to have a solid vision of what next school year is going to look like. I think in the past, one of the big reasons for public fears about the next school year was not having that solid vision. And so I'm happy to see that video is complete, and I enjoyed watching it. But yeah, other than that, most of my questions are answered.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. I did have a question about the video. Something came up and somebody had asked me about it. So did I hear correctly in the video that if I have a cold, if my child has a cold, they are recommended to take a COVID test before coming back to school? I thought I heard that, but maybe I'm wrong.
So if you have cold symptoms,
you should take a
test. To take a test.
So I don't remember that part specifically. I will say that before, when we said students were not well or they had cold symptoms, we encouraged them not to come to school. I mean, we're in that same situation. The reason we're encouraging people to not come to school and get a COVID test if they can is for the same reason we asked them to stay out if they had symptoms of strep throat and all of those other things. So it doesn't differ from that process that we had in place as we come back into the fall. It's just all a part of, let's keep a safe and healthy environment, whether we're suspecting COVID-19, cold, strep throat, whatever it may be.
Okay, if we could just clarify the need for a test or not, because that's additional time that kids will be out of school if they do have to show a COVID test in order to come back to school because they had a fever or.
Right. So I think your question is around requiring, do we have to have a required COVID test? And that's not how we were stating that. We were definitely stating we want people to take the protocols that we've had in place before. If you are feeling ill, do not come to school. Prior to this, we didn't have COVID tests, but now you can get one. And I know it's hard for people, but we do want them to consider that we do not want this to come back into our environment and compromise. So we encourage them strongly, maybe that's the language, to take a test if they suspect it, but definitely not a process to keep students out of school intentionally.
Just to point out that the rapid tests are costly. The free ones are the ones that take a couple of days. So there might be a equity issue there.
Oh, thank you.
And just for the interest of time, if I could have as a follow-up, the process for referring students to the CREA program, do they still have to be sent to a neighborhood school and then referred to the CREA program? We're running late, so if you could just have that as a follow-up, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a good point for us to have our recess. So we will come back at 4 o'clock. Welcome back. Let me see. I think we're now up to item number 8, board policies. Ms. O'Neill?
Yes, so we have 3 policies for final action today. The first one is board policy ACA, non-discrimination, equity, and cultural proficiency. On January 28th, the board took tentative action and sent this policy out for public comment. It's important to note that the real bones of this policy have been in place since 2017 with some minor edits, language edits in 2019. The action on this policy is driven by 2 factors. One is changes to COMAR, which we're obligated to make. And the second is there was a board new business item related to symbols and language of hate, such as swastikas, nooses, and other hateful language. So it's also important to note we were originally scheduled to take final action in May. Staff had recommended that language in the policy and definitions related to anti-racist and anti-racism be removed that had been in the draft policy that had gone out for public comment. We are currently undergoing an anti-racist audit. And so when that audit is completed and there are specific recommendations, we will come back and revisit this policy at that time. But so the draft that went out following the, I think, January 28th action has been, that language has been removed. I also want to note, I thought I marked it. This morning or earlier today, one of the public commenters said that we don't spell out all of the categories of for groups that could be subjected to hate or discrimination. We very intentionally, when we adopted the policy back in 2017, did not establish a long list because we could exclude some group. And in the policy, it says perceived personal characteristics. Discrimination encompasses racism, sexism, and other forms of institutional prejudice in all their manifestations. And the language throughout the policy captures all of that without having a lengthy list. So attached for your consideration are all of the public comments that we have received. And so I'm just going to read the resolve that the Board of Education adopts board policy ACA, non-discrimination, equity, and cultural proficiency as amended in the committee recommended draft. And because it's a recommendation from the committee, it does not require a second. But I think there is a presentation, and Ms. Williams is also available to give you more specifics and clarity.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill. Yes, as Mrs. O'Neill has noted, this policy has been out for public comment since January 29th after the board took tentative action, and we have continued to receive comments from the public ever since then. You have in your materials and the materials that are publicly available a document that includes all of the comments from the public, as well as a separate document that summarizes the parties that the categories of parties that submitted the documents and some of the sample language from the comments received. We received 48 comments in total. And they have come from the community at large, including students, parents and guardians, community members, as well as our staff. So I do refer you to those documents. Mrs. O'Neill, if I might add to your comments in response to the public comment this morning, on page 5 of the policy, we have a definition of personal characteristics. So the definition of discrimination that you referenced that refers to perceived personal characteristics. The personal characteristics are specifically defined just shortly after that, number 6 on page 5. So I refer to that as an addendum to what information you just shared with the public. And that definition includes race, ethnicity, and color, as well as sexual orientation, family structure, socioeconomic status, language, their language, or other legally or constitutionally protected attributes or affiliations. So this policy is intended to be broad and all-encompassing. So thank you for the opportunity to highlight that additional information. So also, as you referenced, as Mrs. O'Neill referenced, the recommendations that has been supported by the Policy Management Committee, that we remove language that was originally offered in the policy referencing racism, anti-racist, and anti-racism from the document. In addition to our ongoing policy audit work, anti-racist audit work, we did receive the spectrum of comments from the public with respect to the definitions that we set forth originally in the policy. So we received language that said the anti-racist definition needs to be stronger and demonstrate how the board intends to get rid of the system of racism. And then we had comments that were similar to anti-racism language silences dissenting views, where commenters use such terminology as cancel culture and allege such efforts, and they allege that such efforts run contrary to American democracy. So given the fact that we've had a full spectrum of comments on the terminology that we use, as well as the fact that our internal work on the anti-racism audit is ongoing, and knowing that the board is fully committed to working collaboratively with our community, we will work together on the work of equity and non-discrimination. The committee, in fact, recommended that additional time be provided, and we will revisit this language and consider putting it in the policy after we have completed the work on the anti-racist audit. So at this time, the committee recommended draft reflects only compliance-related amendments to policy ACA. When you look at the policy, you'll see certain language that's highlighted, and it's kind of a gray highlight. Those are changes that are being recommended for you to consider today. And the final action on this policy with those suggested changes, which I'll review for you momentarily, will bring us into compliance with the COMAR regulations regarding educational equity, as well as federal language regarding English language learners, as well as the fall 2020 board resolution regarding hate symbols, imagery, and language. So for just a few moments, I'll take just a few moments and highlight some of the changes that we want to bring to your attention that are a combination of responsives to public comment and updates with respect to the anti-racism definitions and terminology that I referenced previously. On page 1 of 22, right at the bottom on line 30, you will see the addition of the word physical. This was referenced in a couple of the comments from the public, suggesting that we are providing supports that are designed to maximize the students' academic success, as well as their physical, psychological, and social emotional well-being. So that was, these are edits that were in response to comments from the public. On page 3 of the policy, you will see the first time where we lift out the language regarding anti-racist and anti-racism. These are the definition sections, and then the definitions have been renumbered throughout. And on page 5, the definition number 7, definition of racism, is being extracted from this language to be considered more fully at a later time. On page 6 of the policy, we added language at lines 162 to 165 to more fully reflect that language coming from the board resolution. This language speaks to the prohibition of the use of language and or display of images and symbols that promote hate. And can reasonably be expected to cause a substantial disruption. We've added the language that this prohibition will not be used, however, to prevent responsible discussion of such language, images, or symbols for educational purposes. There may be, in fact, be occasions in which, in the instructional context, these types of symbols, images, and language may be referenced. On page 9 of 22, we have made some edits to the language regarding our previously read English language learners. We've modified the language to align with the way that these students in particular are referenced in the federal language that supports this work. So we have changed it to read, work towards empowering emergent multilinguals / English learners to master social and academic English using their first language and culture as assets. So that is language that is newly recommended. You will see as we turn through the next couple of pages, a few places where we have lifted the language about anti-racism and anti-biased. And we just a couple of more edits on page 15 of 22. We have primarily restructured that section number 5 for ease of reading and adding the language, gaining the skills and knowledge to create a learning environment that is student-centered and meets the individual and diverse needs of all students. On page 16, again, we restructured the section for ease of reading, but also to reflect comments from the public, comments that we received from the public, particularly item C at line 470, where at all times staff will foster and strive to remove cultural, linguistic, technological, or transportation-related barriers. They may prevent families from engaging with their children's education through the use of culturally responsive resources such as interpreters, translated documents, and collaboration with organizations in the community that help facilitate communication between MCPS and families. And finally, on page 21 of the document in the related sources section, we have added a reference to the Montgomery County Racial Equity and Social Justice Act amendments. These are a part of the Montgomery County Code. So this completes my review of the policy language. We also have with us today Mr. Everett and Mr. Neff, who are prepared to address a range of disciplinary responses that are available to address the language included in policy ACA, as well as the board's resolution regarding hate language and symbols. This is in response to questions that were presented to us by members of the board, and this discussion was held at the Policy Management Committee meeting in May, and we were asked to, the committee thought this was very helpful information, so we were asked to bring it to you for the full board's consideration and knowledge this afternoon. Are there any questions on the policy? Otherwise, I can just hand it over to Mr. Neff and Mr. Davis.
Are there any questions? No, you could go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Neff and Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe we have a slide deck to be pulled up. And while we were pulling that up, this is really a very timely topic, given the discussion that happened immediately after board testimony today, board comments today. Students, staff members, community members all have the right to feel welcome, valued, and safe in our schools. And as a school system, we're committed to eliminating all behaviors that make them feel otherwise. As always, we are fortunate to be joined by several colleagues in our office who are available during the discussion period to answer any questions that the board members might have. Please go forward 2 slides. So it is accurate that currently the Code of Conduct does not specifically address hate symbols using that language, but there are many places in the Code of Conduct where incidents related to hate symbols could be addressed. For example, if a student were to display something on their backpack or a t-shirt that was upsetting to many, many students, that could be considered disruption. That is an infraction in the current Code of Conduct. If a student were to take it further and use a symbol on a backpack or a t-shirt menacingly towards another student in a threatening way, that is absolutely bullying that would and should be addressed through the Code of Conduct. And even if someone were to carve a symbol or write something on a wall, sidewalk, etc., that would be destruction of property. And so there are places where it can be addressed, but we'll talk later about how it will be more specifically addressed. You can go to the next slide. Mr. Davis, in the earlier presentation, mentioned a wide range of professional learning that Student and Family Support and Engagement is offering this summer and beyond into the fall. Training that's meant to improve the social emotional health of students, to improve school climate in general, and to increase the number of restorative responses to disciplinary infractions. I do want to highlight something, however, and I think it addresses Ms. Harris's question before the break, and that is that it's important to note that a key component of the restorative justice training professional learning we'll be doing this summer will be developing an understanding of when restorative practices are best engaged as an initial disciplinary response. In other words, we acknowledge that there are some cases that might warrant a more traditional disciplinary response before restorative practices might be considered. Next slide. And the current Code of Conduct even goes on to explain that. Restorative practices are highly valued because they minimize the number of punitive and exclusionary practices or disciplinary consequences that students receive. However, I do think there is confusion in the community that needs to be addressed about the use of restorative practices to address violations of the Student Code of Conduct. It's like the latest medical advancement. That procedure or advancement is not appropriate for every patient in every circumstance. So similarly, not every disciplinary situation or behavioral situation warrants restorative practices as a first level of response. Sometimes there are behaviors, as I said before, that warrant a more traditional disciplinary response with restorative practices a later consideration. You can go to the next slide. We do highly value the opportunities when we can use them to use restorative practices and restorative responses, because they address all students who are harmed by the behaviors. They allow the student who was the alleged offenders to receive some education and learning about the impact of their behavior on others. They help to address the harm of those who are directly impacted, and they can bring a sense of healing to the entire school community. So they are important. They're an important part of our disciplinary code of conduct implementation. You can go to the next slide, please. So the code of conduct is what guides the school and the school system's response to certain disciplinary infractions. And as I said before, currently the code of conduct does not specifically speak to hate symbols. But what you're seeing on the slide here is information that is being recommended to be added to the latest or the new iteration of the code of conduct and students' rights and responsibilities, specifically highlighting the fact that we will not tolerate symbols or language that promote hate in any of our school buildings or settings. Next slide. We are also working across offices and with the Office of the General Counsel to look at all of our documents that guide the behavior of students, staff members, and the community, and working collaboratively to find places to insert information about hate symbols and hate language to make it very clear, again, across all settings, none of these will be tolerated. You can go to the next slide. So we are proposing to update the code of conduct further to give principals guidance. There are places in the code of conduct that give principals things to think about, considerations when determining what kind of disciplinary approach is most appropriate and most warranted given the impact of the situation. And so we plan to add language that speaks to what was the impact of the incident, the hate symbol, the hate language, the action that happened, what was the impact on the community from a small to a large scale standpoint, and that will inform the principal's decision as it relates to what is an appropriate disciplinary consequence. And another slide, please. So again, and this is the language that we plan to add to our code of conduct. As I said, hate language and symbols are not specifically mentioned right now in the current code, but we have a group that is working to update that code, and that will be changed and language will be inserted in that. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Davis to talk a little bit about what are the variety of responses, both proactive and responsive, that we use when we encounter hate or bias incidents.
Thank you, Mr. Neff, and good afternoon again to the board and to Dr. McKnight. If we could go to the next slide, please. So addressing hate bias incidents, as Mr. Neff says, an ongoing and cyclical process. It can be thought of in 3 different buckets, and you see those buckets here, responsive actions, restorative actions, as well as preventative actions. And I wanted to outline a little bit of each of those for you. We can go to the next slide, please. So as far as our responsive actions, the first set, what is done when an incident occurs and how do we respond to that action? Our colleagues in school support and improvement and student welfare and compliance serve as the leads in this portion, this particular action. But as you can see outlined there, some of the steps, just to walk through them quickly with you, there is a bullying harassment form that is completed. Then we report to the Montgomery County Police Department, as well as support from the Behavioral Threat Assessment Team. There is contact with our colleagues in SSI, as well as a support team that may be convened. We investigate the incident through the bullying, harassment, intimidation investigation form, with the ultimate goals being that we are ensuring the safety of all of our students, as well as communicating that through a communication plan. Next slide, please. Our next bucket, if you will, of actions are known as our restorative actions, and this is after an incident has occurred. It is critical that there is a restorative component. in which this is where our office, Student Family Support and Engagement, does take the lead around this particular bucket. After the incident meeting is convened, which may include, as you can see there, the admin, security, our core leadership team, and the appropriate director, based on this meeting, then you can see several of the strategies that may be employed, which may include our study circles, our restorative justice, such as participation, volunteer participation in the circle, support from and engaging the community, as well as educating our students and staff, and our mental health supports, as was mentioned previously in our previous conversation around Bewell 365. Next slide, please. And our third bucket is known as our preventative actions. In addition to our responsive and also our restorative actions, what are we doing to prevent hate bias incidents? And these preventative actions are led by our equity unit, and that's around the beginning of each school year and continues throughout the school improvement planning process. Preventative action should include various stakeholders, such as our students, our staff, our parents, our community, and may include heat maps, school climate questionnaires, creating a hate bias plan, and identifying ongoing activities to bring together our student body. Next slide, please. So now we've talked about the process of how to address hate bias incidents through restorative, responsive, and preventative actions, but we have not defined them. So in order to continue our discussion, it is critical that we reference a common definition. And you can see this definition is a little bit long, so I'm not going to read it to you, but I will pause for you to read it. And what I would encourage also is I just want to elevate a couple of pieces of this definition. I know that stuck out to me. Incidents based on actual or perceived personal characteristics, as well as other legally or constitutionally protected attributes or affiliations. And I'll just pause for a moment to let you review that. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to outline the process for reporting hate bias incidents. Again, I've outlined for you the restorative, responsive, and preventative actions, which you can see down at the end of this flow chart. But I want to do a little bit of bat mapping to explain what happens prior to those three buckets or actions that I previously described. So the process begins with an incident or complaint that is made by a community member, stakeholder, I should say, community stakeholder. Then the bullying harassment form is submitted to either the principal or the designee. The verbal report of crimes is made to Montgomery County Police Department, who I mentioned in a previous slide. We talked about a behavioral threat assessment, and that's made to determine the degree of the risk, the threat, or the targeted violence. Then the principal contacts SSI, School Support and Improvement, and creates an incident report. And that includes notifying our colleagues in student welfare and compliance, and then that principal or designee investigates the incident. And while this occurs, it's important to elevate that we are ensuring the safety of the student. I'll say that again, that we are ensuring the safety of the student while this process is occurring, as well as notifying the parent or guardian. Then the student welfare and compliance will record and monitor the incident. And then the process concludes, as I started, by sharing with the responsive, restorative, or preventative actions. And we can go to the next slide. So this concludes our presentation. As Mr. Neff shared at the beginning, we do have several colleagues who are here to support us with the conversation, and I will open it up to questions we're prepared to answer at this time.
Does anyone have any questions? I'm seeing no questions.
Just a general comment before we take our vote on this. The Policy Management Committee felt that it was important to have a discussion about how the actions specific to the board's new business item, that symbols and language of hate, would be addressed throughout all of MCPS, through transcending all of our policies. And the actions today, really encompass our belief that MCPS must be a place that's safe and welcoming for all of our students and staff and community members, a place free from hate, no place for hate. So I hope that my colleagues will adopt this policy as recommended by the committee.
All right, are we ready for the vote? All in favor, raise your hand. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Harris.
Oh, I just had a quick comment that I very much appreciated the addition in here of a specific mention about ensuring equitable access to effective leaders and teachers, which I think is something we've all been talking about for a long time. And it definitely does go to the issues that we are trying to address with this policy. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Are we ready for the vote? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Go ahead, Ms. O'Neill.
So next we have two policies, policy ACF, which is currently titled as sexual harassment, and policy ACL, which is a new policy, sexual harassment of employees. You will note that we had temporarily suspended policy ACF. The changes to policy ACF are a reflection of changes from the federal Title IX regulations and the fact that we have now established a separate employee policy on sexual harassment. They had all been in one policy. When we take final action today, you will note that policy ACF now will be titled sexual misconduct and sexual harassment of students. So I will just read the resolve that the Board of Education adopts board policy ACF, sexual harassment as amended in the attached committee recommended draft.
Thank you. I didn't know if Ms. Williams wanted to get in here or not.
Thank you, Mrs. Wolf. We have a brief presentation by Ms. Sally Davis from the Office of the General Counsel.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. So just to, for the benefit of those in the audience who may not have been part of some of the earlier presentations, we have had a board sexual harassment policy since 1992. And as Mrs. O'Neill said, federal actions in early 2020 required some updates. We, as she said, the previous policy addressed sexual harassment of students and of employees in the same policy, and the new federal guidance made it quite complicated to sort out some of the issues. So the draft policy you have was sent out for public comment from April 20th to May 18th. We received 5 comments, which were reviewed by the Policy Management Committee on May 27th. And then 1 additional comment was received on June 11th. There were 2 comments from students, 4 from parent guardians, 2 from community members, and those numbers don't add up quite right because individuals can identify themselves by a number of categories. The 2 students were in favor of the policy, 1 community member was opposed, and there were a variety of questions and comments regarding implementation. So there have been some updates added. I will take you to, these are brief, and I will take you through them quickly. On page 1, we have added an additional reference to the regulation GCCRA, which is our regulation which complies with state law requiring applicants to self-disclose if they've been arrested or criminally charged. And there's also, you'll notice in there, the regulation JHCRA, which is our child abuse policy, contains the federal law that requires us that says that an employee may not assist an employee, a contractor, or a volunteer to obtain a job if the individual knows or has probable cause to believe such conduct, such an employee has been engaged in sexual conduct with a minor or student. I'm going to take you to page 10 very quickly with the addition of a reference to a Title IX Dropbox. I do want you to note that this Dropbox has been previously available to the community on all of the MCPS handbooks and on numerous MCPS websites, but the inclusion here emphasizes the board's interest in making this available to the community in as many locations as possible. And then on page 20 in the related sources, you'll notice that we've updated in several ways, and these are relevant. The Education Article 6-113 is the provision requiring that we may not knowingly hire an employee or contractor convicted of a crime involving child sexual abuse or other listed offenses. 6-113.2, which is the required criminal background check for all employees and contractors, and the provision of COMAR that allows requires the state superintendent of schools to revoke a certificate holder or certificate from a holder that's been convicted of child abuse, neglect, or any other listed offense. That is, I will turn to the employee part in just a moment. That concludes the public comments on the sexual harassment. I don't know if Mr. Edmonton at this time, if there's any further you wanted to add about the implementation of this policy.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, board members, as well as Dr. McKnight. I just wanted to add, and I've provided context around the changes to this policy, but just for these viewing purposes, you may recall, as federal action was taking place in middle 2020, we also came about multiple social media reports from our students and from our community members with regards to allegations of sexual harassment and sexual assault. So we did develop 4 teams to very promptly respond to the situation that we were finding on social media. We put together an investigations team, a communications team, a student support team, and legal guidance as well to make sure that we were handling this in the most effective and appropriate manner for our students. That led us, the investigations and the work that our 4 teams did led us to significant input on these changes and the addition of these policies from our student leaders. And so I think it's really important that we mention that last fall we had our first Let's Talk Respect town hall that was facilitated 100% by our students. Ms. Cherry, who's our Director of Student Leadership, was significantly influential in helping us identify students who could really be impactful and were passionate about this work. And so we want to thank her for that work. But really, we listened, we connected, and we responded to our students, and we heard them. And we followed up with situations that they were sharing with us, even anonymously, about the things that were happening in their schools. And from that town hall, we developed a student module, a training module, which was called Culture of Respect. And that took our students, it was a 30-minute module, and it took our students through identifying and defining serious incidents of inappropriate behavior from our students that they could experience in school. And that ranged from bullying and hazing and hate bias incidents that we talked about earlier, to sexual harassment, to any type of discrimination along the lines of our gender identity norming, supporting our LGBTQ community. Pretty much the ACA that you were talking about a few minutes ago, this stems from that. ACA, the way I look at it, is it it kind of umbrellas ACF, ACI, and we really, all of the hate bias. And we took that information because a part of that module that we provided to our students was a feedback opportunity and a survey opportunity to question our students have them give us specific information about their schools. And we compiled this data together, and we are providing it currently for our schools, our middle school and high school administration. And that has led us to observations that have helped influence these policies, as well as we heard from the board, as well as helping us to develop a comprehensive training this summer where all of our principals, school administrators, and athletic specialists will be trained this summer on all of this work, specifically around the changes to ACA, around the hate bias, the changes to ACF, around the student misconduct and student sexual misconduct and sexual harassment. And it will also include comprehensive training around the policy that Ms. Davis is going to share with you in a few moments around ACI, the sexual harassment of MCPS employees. So all of these things in the past 12 months have really tied together tightly. These three policies have interwoven with each other to get us to the place that we are now. And I'm just really proud of the work that so many of our MCPS employees, as well as our external parent community stakeholders were involved in providing input, as well as, most importantly, our student body, which provide us with what is happening through their eyes in our schools. And so I just wanted to make sure that we provided some context around this for our viewers and listeners today.
Thank you, Mr. Edmondson. And we will return this to board members. Recall that we will come back to ACI in just a second, but it's for your discussion and completion on this action, and we'll turn it back.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments? Ms. Silvestri?
Yeah, my question is related to implementation. And I appreciate the training that's happening for staff, but what are your thoughts about how we can make the average MCPS student more aware of their rights under these two policies?
So as I mentioned, we started last December with our 30-minute training module on culture of respect for our students. That was part one of the training. We are going to be expanding that, so we will have an additional phase two of that training this fall, which we will include some of those aspects as far as their rights and their understanding of not only where and how to report, but what this looks like in their schools. But that'll be a part of the next phase of our work.
So when did the students take that training?
It was opened in the first week of December and it closed the first week of February. So they had approximately 8 weeks to complete it.
Was it required?
It was not required. It was highly advised that they take it. We provided them with student service learning hours if they completed it, which was an incentive. We identified a school designee. We call them a culture of respect designee. So every school had to provide us with a name of a designee who would oversee the completion, who would provide support for the students and for the staff as they were engaging and informing the students of the training. Most of the schools did this in an asynchronous format. Some of them did it during their Wednesday classes online where they had the study sessions or the support sessions on Wednesdays. But we had 86,000 students in grades 6 through 12 during the time of this training that was opened, and just over 41,000 students completed it.
What was the 86,000 available to?
If we had 100% completion, our enrollment for grade 6 through 12 was 86,000. We had 41,000 completed, and each of them, like I said, received their student service learning hours for that.
And is that the plan for the upcoming year? Something similar or enhanced?
We would like to see higher than that percentage of completion. If that's your question's asking, we have to talk more about it with our schools and with other offices to see how we can ensure that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I had a question looking at page 7 and the portion starting at line 181. the exclusionary language that for purpose of this policy, conduct doesn't constitute prohibited harassment under circumstances in which MCPS did not have substantial control over both the harasser and the context in which the harassment occurred. Some of our public comment got to this issue a bit, talking about if something happens at a bus stop, is that going to be prohibited or governed by this policy? And I think some of the instances that you were referring to, Mr. Edmondson, that led to the town hall over the summer were student social media posts about incidents that certainly had not occurred in a school building or a school setting or in any context that one would identify as being under the control of the school system. So how are we going to address, how do we address those sorts of issues? Or is that something aside from this policy?
Ms.
I'm
Harris,
happy to my 2 cents, but Ms. Williams, please.
Certainly. Ms. Harris, I know that it's been a while since we brought this to you for the first time. So if I can refresh the collective recollection, this policy contains 2 different definitions of inappropriate conduct. So we have sexual misconduct, which starts on page 4 and then continues through page 5, and then sexual harassment starts on page 5 and goes through page 7. The definition of sexual harassment is specific to the new federal regulations. And so there is a sort of a heightened level of standards that must be met for the conduct to be considered sexual harassment under the federal law. And then if it meets that standard, there are certain specific protocols that must be followed in terms of the investigation and the decision-making process. And the language that you referred to about it not being sexual harassment if it occurred outside the United States or under context in which we had control is to meet the standard for being considered sexual harassment. Now, if there is inappropriate conduct of a sexual nature that doesn't rise to the level of sexual harassment under the federal law, I will refer you back to the definition of sexual misconduct. And that is the context under which is pretty much the way such conduct has been investigated, responded to prior to the new federal law. So that language just means it doesn't meet the federal standard. It does not mean that we will not address it. It just means in the sexual context of sexual misconduct, as opposed to the federal standards of sexual harassment.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments at this time? Seeing none, are we ready for the vote? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Ms. O'Neill?
So as we've mentioned previously, we will be taking final action on policy ACI. I said ACL, but it's ACI, which is a new policy specific to employees. So I will read the resolve that the Board of Education adopt board policy ACI, sexual harassment of employees, as updated in the attached committee recommended draft.
Mrs. Davis will lead that discussion as well. Thank you.
Okay. So very parallel discussion to what we just discussed. It was sent out from April 20th to May 18th. In that interval, we received only one comment. We did receive another comment on June 16th. There was expressed support and also an affirmation of enforcement of the policy. Another commenter was concerned with the continued employment of any staff who pleads guilty to sex offenses with minors and raised objections to sexual predators remaining in employment, which is why we took such detail to document the federal and state requirements that we operate under with regards to hiring, referring, et cetera. So I will point them out quickly, but the related entries on page 1 have been made parallel with the inclusion of GCCRA, which is the self-reporting, and then JHCRA, which is the child abuse and prevention. On page 5, another parallel reference to the Dropbox. And on page 13, the updated citations of Maryland laws and regulations. So as I said, these are the background checks, not knowingly hiring, not assisting with finding a job. And that is, as I said, they're quite parallel discussions, and it's intentionally so. We want to be clear that sexual harassment of students and its complexity is addressed in one place, and sexual harassment of employees and that complexity is addressed in another place. So that completes my comments, but I do believe Mrs. Simmons would like to address some of the implementation issues that can be anticipated with this new policy.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Good afternoon, board members. All reports of sexual misconduct by a staff member to a student is reported by law to and by policy to the police as well as CPS, and they conduct their investigation. While they are conducting their investigation of any staff member, that staff member is placed on administrative leave, and our office investigates all cases of any inappropriate behavior by staff to students. Following the investigation by SVID or CPS. With respect to staff on staff, there are 2 modes of reporting or investigation. One is by way of an administrative complaint. The employee may file an administrative complaint, and then that will be investigated by our office as well. When there is a concern or a fear by a staff member to actually report on by way of administrative complaint, our office will open an internal investigation, and we investigate any allegations of sexual harassment or workplace bullying through our office. Additionally, if there are any cases involving contractors, those are also investigated. I did want to point out that this summer, there is a mandatory training for all administrators to be trained on ACA, ACF, and ACI, and that will take place in July and August. Ms. Davis.
That concludes our presentation, and we are ready for your questions.
Does anyone have any questions? I have one question. If an employee is investigated for sexual harassment, is there any way that you can tell, well, let's assume they were investigated in another school district. Is there any way that you can tell that? Is there, I thought I remember something about a uniform system, but that we had not been participating at one point, and I believe that we're now again participating. Am I remembering that correctly?
There is, within the state of Maryland, we have the HB 486 process that we know if anybody has been investigated or if they were non-renewed based on the fact that they were reports or allegations of sexual misconduct or sexual abuse by a staff member. We do receive those. There's also another system, and I believe it is the NASDAQ. There's another program by which we are able to, it's a national system while everyone has, we're able to look up staff members or individuals nationally. And at this point, I believe that we have concluded that all 50 states are a part of that, but I think that Ms. Williams or Ms. Davis will be able to provide additional information on that.
Just want to be sure that we're participating, because I thought that I remember at one point that we had not been. And that was around 2017 or 18. And I wanted to be sure that if there is a national reporting system, that we are participating. Can you get back to me on that if you're not sure?
We will confirm that for you.
Thank you. Are we, Ms. Silvestri?
I just wanted to ask a quick question. The training that you're talking about, will the board take that training as well? Upon the updated policies?
I don't have the answer to that. Michael or Ed, Greg, do you have that?
I'm sure we could arrange for that. We have several dates planned.
I know we take that
designed to for implementing and for applying the policy and the work in the schoolhouse as an administrator. But certainly we can provide you with all or pieces of the training as you'd like.
Are we ready for the vote? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. We're now up to item 9 for charter schools. Dr. McKnight.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wolf. So today we do have a presentation prepared for charter schools. Every year, public schools in Maryland are required to implement a process for charter school applicants to submit their proposals. Applications are made available to the public and technical assistance is offered to all applicants. Charter applications must be submitted by the first business day in the month of April. This year, as in previous years, Montgomery County Public Schools assembled an internal and external expert panel with members representing the curriculum, assessment, operations, and finance offices, as well as parents, guardians, employee associations, and academic design. The panel members reviewed the charter applications and participated in an interview session with the charter candidates. The purpose of our meeting today is for you to learn more about the charter school proposals and to ask questions. There will be no decisions made during this meeting. We will return in July for you to consider a decision about the future of these charter schools in MCPS. Every year, under board policy CFB, public charter schools, the superintendent of schools has the responsibility to administer and charter school review process. I have reviewed the process and believe it is appropriate and in line with policy CFB. I will now turn it over to Dr. Kenneth Marcus, our charter school liaison, to lead us in the discussion and review the process.
Good afternoon, board and Dr. McKnight. I am Kenneth Marcus, the charter school liaison. I've noted that our first applicant isn't online, so I may start with the group that I was going to present second, given that they're already in attendance. Is that okay with the board?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the first...
Could you speak up a little? We're having difficulty hearing you.
Sure, I'll bring the computer closer. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay, great.
It's the noise in here.
The first applicant that I'm bringing to you for consideration is the Mecca Business Learning Institute, which I will refer to as MBLI. MBLI is designed as a college prep and vocational school for middle and high school students with a business learning education theme. MBLI has been constructed based on the Career Academy school model with a business focus. The Career Academy school model emerged in 1969 to eliminate underachievement by emphasizing academic work via contextualized instruction and career-focused students. The panel noted the following areas of strength. The applicant identified an educational philosophy that includes 21st century learning expectations, college and career preparation, and instructional methods and strategies for middle school. The applicant has been awarded a $1 million startup grant from the Maryland State Department of Education in November of 2020 to support the establishment of a public charter school in MCPS. The applicant identified research-based textbooks that cover Maryland standards in language arts, math, science, and social studies. The applicant identified a facility for the school and presented property highlights as well as a renovation plan that included the company retained to provide master planning an acquisition plan that included asset management companies they're considering using, outline proposed facility compliance with local and/or state building codes, and describe civil rights, health, and safety policy compliance. MBLI shared a gradual enrollment rollout plan, which will reduce their startup and operating costs and help achieve financial stability. MBLI will use My Perspectives, an English language arts curriculum, and Envision Math curriculum for grades 6 through 12. They are both aligned with the Common Core state standards and highly rated on edreports.org. Areas of concern. Although MBLI has secured a $1 million grant, their business plan requires over $7.9 million for startup costs. There is no clear path to a revenue stream to support the ongoing operation of the school. Funding sources rely on approval of the charter school application and student enrollment numbers. The review panel questions the sustainability if the funding source is rescinded and/or school enrollment declines. MBLI has identified a middle school site, but efforts are underway to identify a suitable high school site. Transportation is only provided for students who need specialized transportation based on their individualized education program, which could be revoked if it is found to be a major financial burden. The remainder of the students are expected to use public transportation, carpools, bikes, or walk to school. The lack of dedicated transportation might discourage students from attending MBLI. As such, it is recommended that the board consider a conditional approval that permits the applicant the opportunity to demonstrate to the board community interest in the school and confirm resources for additional funding. It is recommended that the board consider a timeline not to exceed 3 months for the applicants to satisfy these two conditions of approval. Finally, applicants will undergo a criminal background check administered through the MCPS Office of Human Resources and Development prior to the board taking final action on the application. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Graham and Ms. Cooper, the co-founders of MBLI. Ms. Graham, Ms. Cooper.
Thank you, Dr. Marcus. So I'd like to share my screen if that's possible. Is the screen visible? I'm hoping the screen is visible. Okay, very good. As I said, thank you, Dr. Marcus, to President Wolf, the board members. Good afternoon to faculty and staff of MCPS. I say good afternoon to you as well. The Mentoring by Example Foundation, College and Career Academies, Inc., or MECA, is a Maryland registered nonprofit corporation with 501c3 designation from the IRS. Present today are myself, LaShondra Graham, and Tracy Cooper. Today's presentation, as Dr. Marcus mentioned, is an overview of the MECA Business Learning Institute, or MBLI, MECA's proposed charter school, and will highlight the school's design concept, community engagement, and startup plans.
Several prominent business leaders, humanitarians, and politicians have emphasized the importance of reshaping education to focus on business, noting the benefit to the future economy. To have a stable economy, to have a stable democracy, and to have a modern government is not enough. We have to build new pillars of development, education, science and technology, innovation and entrepreneurship, and more equality. Sebastian Piñera, President of Chile. MBLI is designed as a college preparatory and vocational school for students in grades 6 through 12 with a business education theme. The design goal is to motivate students to pursue collegiate business studies and inspire them to be future stewards of the business community. MBLI plans to open September 2022, enrolling students in grades 6 and 7 with annual grade expansion through grade 12.
Business is an integral part of day-to-day life and involves everything from politics to science and technology and the arts. Business education prepares students for the dynamically developing world. Unfortunately, though, business courses are only offered as high school electives, and not all students have the opportunity to take a business course, nor one consisting of a business component like economics. Business skills like financial management and decision-making are not technical, but practical techniques students can use in real life. Knowledge that they can use to become responsible consumers, employees, and/or business owners.
School founding.
The design and development of MBLI was supported by a diverse team of professionals who jointly worked with the founders to ensure the school teaching, learning, organizational, and structural supports were appropriate for MBLI to thrive. Using a student-centered approach to the design process, the team provided the guidance and technical assistance necessary to aid in reimagining the secondary school experience. The team, trustees, and advisors regularly review the design plans against the backdrop of charter operations through oversight on policies, finances, and legalities. Comprised of high capacity and experienced professionals, the 15-member school design team, which includes the two founders, possess the experience and expertise appropriate to establish and operate a successful charter school. Collectively, the team possess core leadership and administration competencies. 90% of the team has firsthand knowledge and experience with teaching, developing lessons and curricula, and working in urban education. All members have extensive experience working with families and communities. 5 have worked in central administration. 3 have been integral in the authorization of charter schools at the district level. 2 have worked as budget managers for charter schools at the district level. 5 are current or former charter school leaders. 1 is a licensed school psychologist. 7 have worked as classroom educators. 4 specialize in special education. 7 have research and data analysis backgrounds and consequently provided philosophical and theoretical insights into how children learn. 6 have training and experience with the implementation of social, emotional awareness, and mindfulness practices. 8 are current or former business leaders and entrepreneurs. Exemplary governance, oversight, management, and leadership are critical components of high-performing schools. MBLI's trustees are educational, civic, and business leaders capable of governing the school in alignment with the mission and vision and developing policies that protect the school's academic and organizational success. MBLI trustees demonstrate expertise in the areas of education, nonprofit management, fundraising, marketing, finance, community organizing, law, and real estate. MBLI's community partners aid in broadening student opportunities to be exposed to business during and outside of the school day. MBLI has initiated partnerships with multiple organizations, including the Maryland State Department of Education, the Maryland Alliance of Public Charter Schools, Young Audiences of Maryland Arts for Learning, the Howard University School of Business, and Junior Achievement. As of this presentation to the board today, MBLI has successfully secured banking partnerships with Industrial Bank through President B. Doyle Mitchell and Truist Bank through support from Mr. Cassius Priestley, Market President.
School design concept.
MBLI believes that the education design elements are proper and coherent, and that the operational procedures, policies, academic methods, as well as school culture will align with both the mission and the vision.
In accordance with education codes, MBLI will incorporate college and career readiness standards into the curriculum, which is categorized as core, M-core, encore, and flex. The design of the MBLI student schedule meets students where they are and supports their growth and development. The day begins with student arrival and breakfast. Students in all grades take core academic classes in math, language arts, science, and social studies, M-core business classes, and encore classes in technology, languages other than English, physical education, health, art, and music. Programming also includes flex blocks that are for school foundations classes and advisory. It also serves as remediation, study halls, and enrichment seminars. MBLI has incorporated active breaks into the schedule to allow students the opportunity to release energy and to manage stress. MBLI views all subjects as important. However, success in math and English are considered the foundation for academic success, and steps will be taken to immediately support any student who appears to be at risk in these subjects. And MBLI will consider adjusting the student's schedule so that additional time is made available for remediation. MBLI distinguishing components: MCORE, Student Orientation and Bridging, and Student Learning Plan. MBLI's microeconomy will be used as part of a positive behavior intervention system to teach students how the U.S. economic system works. The foreign language program will aid student development of global business communication. Students will participate in a simulated workforce through classroom-based jobs and operation of the school store in order to apply business concepts. Students will demonstrate creativity through developing, managing, and marketing a business idea as part of the annual business symposium, and they will also explore financial literacy. And finally, in high school, several courses will provide the opportunity for certification. The summer programming will introduce students to the academic rigor and demands of MBLI, offer the opportunity to gather student learning data, and provision the student learning plan development. At MBLI, the Student Learning Plan, or SLP, is used to focus student support services and serves as a framework for regular communication about a student's academic progress. All students will have an SLP. The plans are developed through a collaborative process between teachers, students, and families. The SLP is also reviewed regularly throughout the school year. The SLP does not replace an individualized education plan nor 504 plan. For MBLI, student success is based on holistic development, academic achievement, and college and career readiness. Several education supports are incorporated into the design. At MBLI, creating school culture is part of a planned, strategic effort aligned with academic expectations and achievement. MBLI student professional development programming will include business etiquette instruction while highlighting financial literacy concepts. School location.
MBLI searched for vacant properties in Silver Spring during charter application development. Plan A was to locate one facility. However, at that time, a facility with suitable square footage for a 6 to 12 school was not available. Plan B was then to locate separate spaces in close proximity. Two properties, 12101 Tech Road and 11808 Tech Road, were identified and evaluated. Horde, Copland, and Mott, MBLI's architect firm, evaluated both properties for feasibility and determined that while 12101 met the need of the middle school, 11808 did not provide enough valuable space for a high school. 12101 remains the current location for initial opening, while Long and Foster, MBLI's commercial real estate team, continues to look for a larger facility. The projected budget in the charter application detailed $1.1 million in estimated pre-operations expenditures. MBLI's MSDE startup grant will fund 72% of the projected startup costs. The remainder will be filled through commercial financial products. After opening, 60% of MBLI's annual revenue is supported by the per pupil allotment as determined by MCPS and supplemented by fundraising, corporate sponsorships, donations, and grant aid. MBLI conducted enrollment sensitivity analysis at varying levels to assess the impact of a reduced enrollment on operations. Should the need arise, MBLI will utilize commercial bank products to augment finances until enrollment stabilizes. Capital expenditures in the charter application budget, which were associated with MBLI Property Plan B of 2 facilities, were estimated at $6.7 million. However, MBLI is actively pursuing Plan A, 1 property, which will reduce the initially identified estimated capital costs. MBLI contacted 2 charter school asset management companies, Civic Bills and Ziegler, to explore capital financing options. MBLI's business plan and approved charter will aid in securing capital funds at favorable rates. MBLI intends to offer yellow bus transportation to students through a contract with MCPS or private provider. Additionally, MBLI intends to offer a revenue-generating before and after school program for middle school students. This program is different from childcare, but more in line with the before and after school programs offered through various organizations at individual MCPS schools. Immediately upon approval of the charter application, MBLI will finalize facility plans, including transportation and before and after care programming.
Community engagement. 514, that is the number of people who have responded favorably to the support of MBLI.
Gathering support from the community has been a big part of the efforts to establish MBLI. Between 2017 and 2020, 300 people signed their name to an electronic letter of support. Since MBLI's charter application submission in April, an additional 201 people have also signed, bringing that total, as Tracy mentioned, to 514 in support of MBLI. Community outreach, whether virtual or in person, will continue until the school launch in 2022. One additional element that demonstrates support of MBLI is the number of applicants that have pre-applied for faculty and staff opportunities through the MBLI job posting portal. To date, MBLI has had thousands of views of the positions posted, including 52 applications for business studies teacher. MBLI anticipates working alongside MCPS to hire qualified individuals based only on the Maryland State Department of Education teacher certification requirements. Thank you for the time and attention lent to this presentation of the Mecca Business Learning Institute, a proposed public charter school for Montgomery County, Maryland. I guess we can take your questions if there are any, or if this is the protocol.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now we will turn it back over to the Board of Education for questions.
Does anyone have any questions? I'm gonna go in order. Ms. O'Neill?
Yes, so just to be clear, the superintendent's memo to us says, is recommending on behalf of the committee, the 31 stakeholders, conditional approval. And we're not taking any votes today, would be July 15th. The conditions to be met from this presentation, as I understand it, one is a survey of interested students, and 2, the issue about funding. Is that correct? Are those the conditions? Are there any other conditions? I mean, I have other questions about the application, but, you know, and the milestones that would need to be met, or the time frame, is it 3 months? Is that what I heard?
So I saw Ms. Hazel come off, but just for conversation's sake. So yes, this charter school, along with the other that will provide a presentation, did meet all of the requirements that are expected to be met to be brought forward to the board for consideration. So going through that process, these are the 2 that board did recommend that we review publicly and have a discussion with the board about. In terms of the cost, yes, I do know there were some areas, and the team can speak to that specifically, that they have listed, which are some areas that we would like for there to be more consideration about regarding funding for specific things, so that you will have that information available to you as you continue to consider the presentation today. I will ask Ms. Hazel or Ms. Williams to specifically talk about what those few areas were that we wanted to get additional information from before making a recommendation for approval.
So during the time between now and when the board makes its final decision later in July, the board has the opportunity to review the full application and feedback from the review panel. The panel has lifted up for this particular applicant its concerns regarding the necessary funding for the proposal, as well as the interest in the community. And as indicated in the memo, the other areas of strength meeting the criteria of the application have been identified from the perspective of the review panel as recommended to the superintendent.
I just wanted to add, we had a large number of emails that were form emails that came to us, to board members, that said vote no, no charter schools. And, you know, under law in the state of Maryland, it's not true in other states. The Board of Educations in the state of Maryland are the chartering authority. And, you know, we take it very seriously. We need to do a thorough, thoughtful evaluation and judge it impartially. And, you know, form emails, you know, everyone is entitled to express their opinions. But for people to express those opinions without having any knowledge base is just irresponsible. And I take my charge as the ultimate charter branding authority in Montgomery County very seriously. I've been in this position before, and I want to evaluate fairly and with impartiality every application that comes to us through this very thorough vetting process that we have in Montgomery County.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Ms. Mandrowski?
I just had a quick question about the transportation and the committee's recommendations in reference to accepting the application. And I didn't really see the connection between the recommendations and the transportation concerns. Was it just to make sure that they're able to raise enough money to provide transportation for everyone? Because
correct. And yeah, Dr. Marcus, you may want to go ahead and expand on that. But yes, we just want to ensure that they can show adequate transportation for students.
Okay, I would assume that has to be a requirement, right?
They're not required to provide transportation. And we're concerned that if they don't provide it, that it may deter students from enrolling in the program. As the application reads now, they have a plan to provide transportation for students with IEPs, providing it doesn't become a financial burden.
May I also add, which may provide clarification, as has been determined by the state board in several of their opinions, boards of education are advised to provide technical assistance as well as to provide opportunity for response. And part of that is to advise the applicants in advance of this presentation to the board of the areas of concern. So both applicants received the same memos, the memos that the superintendent provided to you. And this was an opportunity for them to, in addition to presenting their application as a whole, but also to address concerns. So that is where you may see a difference between the information that's in the in the memo and the presentation that was made.
Dr. Daka.
Yes, so I just had a question about the million. Is it your feeling that you can start with 6th and 7th grade with $1 million, or you're thinking of having more by the time 22 rolls around?
Are we permitted to answer, Stephanie? Okay, so the initial award through the state of Maryland is our startup grant. That is not our per pupil funding. The per pupil funding that we receive from MCPS is what will support operations once the school opens. The $1 million is just to start get us open and get us going with the initial things that we need to procure, staff that we need to bring on board, et cetera, et cetera. So those two things are actually separate sources of revenue.
Okay, but operations, you mean that we would be involved in the facilities?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. So the funding pieces is, so there's the startup grant through the state of Maryland, and then there's what we call a per pupil allocation, which we will receive from MCPS in order to operate once the school opens. So those are the two pieces. Yeah. So the $1 million is on the startup. That's before the school opens.
Okay, that's facilities too. But transportation, you're saying, you're mentioning public transportations, taxis, families, whatever. Public transportation is really pretty bad here. And particularly after school is over, there are no bus lines until rush hour. So that's a consideration that you really need to have. And I can give you one high school where transportation is a real issue because the buses only run in the morning and then late in the afternoon. And there's nothing else in between, and there are no sidewalks. So this has to be, you have to think about that. Transportation is really important to us when we have so many kids that require it.
Yes, ma'am. And we actually are planning to offer yellow bus students to all students, not just students with the IEPs, as has been mentioned. We've provisioned and accommodated in our budget yellow bus service for all students. It is just determining whether the contract provider will be MCPS or a different third party.
Ms. Silvestri.
I have two questions for MCPS staff, following up with Mrs. O'Neill's comment about the public better understanding what the guidelines are for public charter schools in Montgomery County in the state of Maryland. So where would interested citizen go to better understand how charter schools are governed in the state of Maryland, so that maybe they're not confusing what is happening in other parts of the country with what is possible here?
Our MCPS has a page dedicated to the on its website to our process, which includes the links to our policy and regulation, which simply codify the state law. MSDE has a page within the MSDE website that explains charter education expectations in the state of Maryland, and it is governed by statute. So those are the three sources that I would recommend.
Thank you. If I could get as a follow-up, the enrollment of the schools, middle schools and high schools that are adjacent to the proposed site on Tech Road. I'm imagined that those would be the same students that might be applying to this charter school. So I just wanted to see what the enrollment of those schools currently is. For our MBLI folks, again, thank you for a wonderful presentation. I would encourage you, if you continue to do community engagement, that you survey folks that have kids in the school system, because it's a big county and a lot of people have opinions, but we're most interested in families that have children in the school system. So encourage you to point the survey in that direction. And finally, because if I heard correctly, 60% of the budget is the per pupil allotment. So that means 40% is funding that you will have to fundraise on your own. So maybe if you could answer today or as a follow-up, if you could just talk more about your capacity to fundraise in previous charter schools, or just evidence that you are able to come up with 40% of the budget. Thank you.
So we can speak briefly here and then provide additional details for the board. That's if that's permitted for later. But we actually have already begun our fundraising, our corporate fundraising program. And as soon as this process goes live, then we can actually execute that. And so we have engaged a number of Montgomery County entities in that support, which has been amazing. And even once this sort of process made the news, we've had people contacting us about the opportunity to sort of get behind and sort of support our work, particularly in the area of the capital investment component, which we know is a significant component and a big concern in this charter school space. So we actually are very relieved, quite honestly, to have been able to garner the level of support that we have. We have not accepted any checks because this process is so fluid. But as soon as we do, like I mentioned, we have established two formal banking partners through Industrial Bank and Truist, which now is BB&T and SunTrust merged, which is Truist Bank. And so we actually have solidified those two banking partnerships. So where we are unable to do fundraising and corporate sponsorships, that is where we will work with the banks to sort of use commercial products. And we've actually included the need to sort of use those commercial products and to be able to pay those back. We've included those in our budget. So we've tried to sort of think ahead of if we needed to get a commercial product, we would have to pay that product back. And we've included that the potential for that expense in our budget should that be necessary. But we can, as the different entities unfold and those relationships are formalized, we can certainly forward those that correspondence for review.
Thank you. Ms. Evans?
Sure. So I appreciate Ms. Graham and Ms. Cooper being here today to present to us, Dr. Marcus for assisting, as well as Ms. Hazel and Ms. Williams and all of the team that came together to review the application process. So I have one question. Go back. You mentioned about there being a reduction in the capital cost. Is that because you mentioned having two spaces and no longer having one space? Is that where the reduction came from? Okay. If you haven't secured the facility, you can't say the amount of the reduction, can you?
Right. And so initially when we were doing our development, we tried to just estimate, and the estimate came from our architecture firm based on what they had seen as best practices in the school development. And so we just had like a lump sum placeholder. However, once we solidify our final facility, that cost will be more in line with the single site renovation. And it may not require the level of renovation that the existing spaces we had identified may occur. What we're going to require. So we're anticipating that the cost will be much less because of the type of property that we're looking for at this point.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
You're welcome.
Ms. Harris.
Thank you. A couple of questions. First, you mentioned your goal is to open in the fall of 22 with just grades 6 and 7, and then scaling up a grade a year until you have grades 6 through 12. What at this point would you estimate is your opening fall 22 ideal enrollment numbers for your 6th and 7th grade class?
Well, based on the projected location, the 12101 site, we're looking at 200 plus students across 6th and 7th grade, which will give us time to scale up even within that 12101 facility, so that if we need to push and include another grade in that facility, we can do so. But scaling up and adding those additional grades gives us even more time to actually locate the larger facility for, if we needed to move at a different time to go and combine the two spaces. But we have space within the 12101 site if we scale up one grade per year. But we're not scaling up at 200 or 300 students per year. It's just we're adding the single additional grade.
So would you say that is sort of your sweet spot, looking at the overall size of the school, about 100 students per grade, so that once you were fully open and scaled up, grade 6 to 12, you'd be looking at about 600 students?
Estimated, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm looking at your, a couple of questions about your curriculum here. would you assume, or would your planning be to include all of the elements of this MCOR curriculum in the very first year you were operating, including the student store, the banking program, the business symposium, all of those elements, or would those similarly be phased in?
So the majority of our MCOR elements will be active when we open the school. However, not all of them will be led or managed by the students. The led or the management will shift to the high school grades once the students have a different level of competency. But the symposium will start in our first year. And then we have different categories of expectations around what the students will be doing in 6th grade at the symposium, 7th grade at the symposium, 8th grade. So we have similar to the scale up of the grade levels and how we're adding the grade, we're sort of creating like a baseline of what the students will be, know and demonstrate annually. But the majority of those components will all be in place when the school opens. Yes, ma'am.
And so looking at your sample student schedule, the encore time slot, and then the courses that you listed as part of that encore portion, technology, languages, PE, health, art, music, would that be sort of analogous to, that would be the student elective in their school day?
Yes. Yes, that would be the equivalent.
And in the plan that you're developing, would the students just choose one elective per year, or?
Well, part of that, the idea, we talked about the student learning plan, and the goal is to help students have choice and autonomy in part of their educational process. So when students come in and we develop our learning teams, we decide and set goals with students for where their interests are and where they might need support and remediation and or enrichment. So based upon those things, we schedule them. So the idea is it will be closely aligned to where the students want to explore educationally. Those are in whether performing in visual arts or, different types of languages. The goal, however, is students will have the prerequisite courses needed for proper matriculation through the grade levels for each of those electives, but we want to allow students as much choice as possible.
And have you decided or thought through which foreign languages you would plan to offer, or is that a decision to come?
Yes, we definitely would like to offer Mandarin for students. Mm-hmm. And then we would also add additional languages as well.
Okay. And looking further into the future, do you envision this, once you're fully open or near fully open, that you would be looking at athletics and performing arts like concerts and?
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay. The part of the richness and diversity of experiences that children thrive off of in an educational environment. And that is absolutely what we're going to encourage and cultivate.
So you're looking, you mentioned that you're already started to sort of recruit for faculty. And so you'd be looking for core curricular faculty as well as sort of business focused faculty. You said you already had 52 applicants. Where are you actually looking for applicants at this point?
Well, MBLI, as a part of like our development process to determine whether we would be able to get interested candidates, we had posted the notice about our charter school opportunity on Indeed.com, which is a current hiring portal for private companies. And we indicated in the postings that these are future opportunities that are subject to final approval, et cetera, et cetera. And so people were invited to pre-apply to indicate interest, et cetera. So that helped us sort of in our planning determine where there would be voids in staffing. If we were, could sort of ascertain early on whether we would have issues. One of the concerns was that business education, because it is not necessarily as prominent of a subject, is our ability to sort of attract candidates. So what we tried to do as a part of our development process was put our information out there to see how that would be received within the education community and how well we would be able to motivate candidates to come in and apply to actually accept and teach at the school.
And if you were to achieve the goal of having approximately 200 students in grades 6 and 7 at an opening in fall of 22, what size do you envision faculty you would need, including your administration, your content specialists and your counselors, that kind of thing?
So one of the things we are planning for a principal, assistant principal. So our full scale is principal, assistant principal. We would like to work with MCPS to create a dean of students type role. And it's not necessarily something that is currently as prevalent in the school system, but we would like to create something similar to a dean of students. So that is our top level administration group. And then we have a social team, which will cover our social services, including a school psychologist, a social worker, guidance counselors, et cetera, which would be that wraparound services team, who will then put in contractors as need. We have also developed a special populations office, which will help us manage special education, ESOL, TAG, those sort of specialized groups. And we have a coordinator in that office, resource teacher, a paraprofessional, and a lot of that will slide depending on the needs of the students. But right now in that office, we are including at least a one-to-one right now, just until we determine how many students will come in, what the learning levels are, and we can adjust from there. And I think on the education side, and Tracy can jump in here with our staffing levels, but we're looking to have at least 1 to 2, I believe, teachers within each grade at each subject level. So the math would be 2 math teachers for 6th grade, 2 for science grade, 2 for 7th, so that they can sort of co-support each other and support the different student learning levels that may be within their sort of functional classroom. And then as the high school levels, as students progress and matriculate to high school, then the teachers will be added based on student interest and specialization, because we'll be offering multiple tracks and opportunities in the certification spaces. So just depending on where the student interest, like Tracy mentioned with our student learning plan, those will be the documents that we'll use to sort of manage how we're adjusting our staffing and doing, around those, the student needs that are articulated to us. And then depending on the space, of course, we'll have operations staff, maintenance staff. We've included in our budget plans for drivers, for the buses, et cetera, et cetera. So we try to sort of think sort of ahead of the game of, if we're operating full scope, what does it look like? And then we've also, like I mentioned in the presentation, try to sort of include the idea that, yes, there may be enrollment variances, things that may occur. And so we've sort of already been working and speaking with the banks about being able to sort of give us funds that will sort of help support us where we need it. But our staffing model is fully replete with paraprofessionals and teachers and all of the resources that we need to make sure that the students are successful.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Asante.
Thank you for your presentation. My first question kind of goes back to what Ms. Sylvester was talking about earlier with the people who pledged support for the idea of the charter school. Can you talk more about, who exactly like those 514 people are, those parents, community members, students, and what does their pledging of support necessarily mean?
Sure. And so really what it is that and I think part of what our application in the memo to the President Wolf sort of identified was that we began this process sort of pre-COVID, right? So we had about 300 people between our presentations at churches. This is all pre-COVID, when we could go see people in person, go to different events. So we would go to churches and give presentations in the Tacoma Park and Silver Spring area. We presented at a couple business roundtables to sort of talk to the communities and businesses in the Tacoma Park, Silver Spring area as well. And we also, because of the nature of the work that we do with the Mentoring by Example Foundation, we work with students through the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. And so we do after school tutoring, mentoring. I'm also on the board of directors for Elizabeth Seton High School. So we do a lot of mentoring. We're all around the community in different ways. And so what we've been able to do is to articulate to families that are in the Montgomery County area that are adjacent to those spaces to sort of say, hey, this is what we're trying to do. We would love your support. And we asked them at that time to sign, a petition. We had a couple of papers, but as COVID became, we had to switch over. And so on our website, we moved the paper petition that people could sign to the website, and they can sign and submit their information, which it's not required, but they are permitted to give us their address if they want to, personal information, but they're not required to do so. But in COVID, we shifted over to an electronic letter of support. And so up until the point when we submitted our application, we had roughly 300 people, and we had listed the people that were that had signed and had come and supported. And I think about 68% of those people were parents with or not necessarily parents, providers or caregivers of children that would be interested or had children that by the time we open would be eligible, that demonstrated support of our school. And so that's what the original 300 number. Since we have applied, we have still been marketing. We have still been continuing to talk with the different boys and girls clubs that we work with and still been pushing out what we're doing. We've also, like I mentioned earlier, since we've had the news of this come up, we've had people write into us to want to pledge to work at the school that have already signed the electronic letter of support. So that is where the 201 people that now we have, that brings us to the 500 some. That is what the 500 people now represent. Since from April till now, we've had over 200 people that have signed our electronic letter of support. And then from this process, as things are starting to now open up, we are mapping out plans to get back into the community as safely as possible to re-begin that engagement. However, churches are still not operating, community centers are not open full. So we're waiting for things to vamp up, but we're still using word of mouth. We're still giving virtual presentations. We're still showing up to things virtually as often as possible. So we're still going to plan to continue to do that, to add to that 200 since we've put everything on the paper until we actually open and get things going.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Also, I had another question kind of about the programming and more clarification on, I guess, the curriculum itself. I know the backing of the idea behind this school is really the idea of business being an important factor in education. But I was looking at the sample schedule, the MCore, the business block is only like one block a day. And then you have the student professional development pieces. I was wondering, where exactly does, the business education, is that embedded into the core subjects as well? Are you really focusing solely just during that MCore trying to accomplish all the different pieces of this student professional development piece? Can you just clarify more about, the curriculum itself and the role business plays into that?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, throughout where we identify core subject areas such as math, language arts, science, and social studies, we will incorporate and infuse business and integrate it where it makes sense to incorporate, to enhance and connect business concepts within the subject area. Also, in our import classes, those are designated just for business theory, practices, introduction to business etiquette, as well as financial literacy and other lessons that will scaffold students' understanding of business strategies, techniques, philosophies, and skills that they will then apply throughout different opportunities within the context of our school day and in after-school program options.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. O'Neill?
Yes, so I have a couple of questions. One, it sort of relates to your staffing. And you mentioned that you've posted on a business job sort of forum. Are you're talking about certified teachers? And the other question in the personnel matter is, you're talking about a dean of students concept. Would that person have administrative certification? Would they do the evaluation of staff and be responsible for student discipline? And then my third question sort of relates to budgetary related to the overall operations. You mentioned you would provide the yellow bus for everybody, whether it would be MCPS or private contracting. As I understand it, also the special education also could be contracted to MCPS, but you would be obligated to provide that. And the meals, is that for you contracting with MCPS? So all of that in that sort of bucket is extra funds that you would have to raise over and above the per pupil allocation. So personnel, the funding related to the contracting, and finally accountability. What accountability measures are you planning that would demonstrate success over and above what we currently have in MCPS and meeting state standards?
Okay, so the first part, so staffing, you mentioned the portal. So we use the portal just to get a preliminary idea of the interest from the education sector about coming to work at a charter school with our learning theme. Once we get to our final approval stages, we will work with MCPS through the MCPS application portals to bring in the staff. We will do that according to the Maryland State Department of Education teacher certification requirements. And so where we need to sort of make those adjustments around any of the positions that we've identified, we're certainly willing to do that. What we've identified in our plan were estimated ideas around what we would need. We are willing to sort of meet with MCPS, the requisite departments, to really make sure that those that our ideas and that what we've designed either fits in something that currently exists, or if we have the capability to create a position or similar to sort of support the functional duties. So depending on what MCPS agrees upon is what the level of administration the Dean of Students will be held to, what they will be required to do. Because we come from and have been working multiple school districts, the use of a Dean of Students is sort of different. So we would just need to see, and then if it becomes too cumbersome, it's not a big deal. We can add another assistant principal. It is just that sort of in our hierarchy, that is just how we had envisioned it working. But we're not saying that we have to have a Dean of Students in order to be successful. We don't. We can add another assistant principal or vice principal, whatever the term is most appropriate, to sort of make that adjustment or that accommodation there. So we're not hard and fast held to a Dean of Students. And then when you mentioned, I believe, the transportation, so transportation, special education, those specialized buckets tend to have funding sources that are associated with that. And so those levels will have to be articulated to us by MCPS. And I presume through the charter school office where we would get that clarification from. But in our planning, we plan for the staff relative to those opportunities so that we could have a full scope of the number of people that would be necessary to support this endeavor. So we tried to think about how many special education teachers we would want to start with, how many interpreters we want to start with. So we created placeholders in that space to sort of make sure that we were prepared to work with MCPS to get the positions and the staff and the faculty that we need to get going. But a lot of those positions will be based on the student enrollment in those specialty, in those functional areas. And then relative to transportation, sort of similar to special education, the transportation provided a roundabout number that we could use to budget for transportation of all students. So we actually never said that we were only going to do transportation just for students with IEPs. Transportation for students with IEPs and certain plans is a requirement of the school system. So we would work with MCPS once we have those students identified to ensure that we are able to support and articulate the transportation for their student body. How we manage the transportation for the other students that we are going to bring into the school will be based around what either MCPS, the transportation department, articulates as the best approach, or what another provider articulates as the best approach to accommodate the vast majority of the students. Because our goal is to make sure that everyone that is interested is able to get to our school. We're not looking to sort of create an exclusionary process or limit transportation. And then we identified carpooling. When we found a grant that could sort of help us with that, we found a grant that could help us with students that live within a certain proximity to our location to provide free bikes, helmets, et cetera. So what we try to do in our transportation space and the transportation discussion is just show the other areas that we sort of try to think about in addition to yellow bus service that will be available to our students and that we are planning to take advantage of to support the transportation of all students. I think, was that all of it? Was there another one?
Accountability.
Oh, okay. So in our application, we identified our goals, and our goals are categorized as our goals for our students, goals for our staff. We have also our community goals, which include our board goals. And so as a part of this process, we will evaluate those goals with the MCPS charter office to make sure that the goals that we've articulated are in keeping, are appropriate for MCPS and keep us at a level of excellence that matches what MCPS wants to see. And we try to do as much of that homework in advance before presenting our application. And so we think that the goals that we've articulated so far keep us at a high level of excellence and sort of keep us at the helm of presenting a school and a roundabout school that all of the MCPS staff that have been represented throughout this process can be proud of.
And Ms. Wolf, if I may, if I could just make a brief comment to Ms. O'Neill's questions. And thank you so much. Ms. Graham so eloquently talked about the needed process of collaboration that would have to exist. As you were talking about the onboarding for staff, that would be a shared responsibility. It would be our OHRD team that would work to be able to staff the school. So I just wanted to make sure we were distinguishing that, as well as, I guess it speaks to accountability, as well as the leadership structure, whatever the leadership structure would be, whether it would be a dean or a principal, that would be someone who would work within the preview of the supervision of the Office of Teaching, Learning in Schools. So therefore, it would be that accountability that MCPS would also see in this process. Another example that I'll just share there is the accountability piece in terms of the equity accountability model. We will continue to look at the school in the same way. How are the students performing according to the standards that we have for our other schools? And so I just wanted to point those pieces out because I thought they were very critical, Ms. O'Neill, in relation to some of your questions. And thank you again, Ms. Graham, for sharing that in terms of the spirit of collaboration in which this would have to be done.
Are there any, Ms. Silvestri?
Yes, the 600 number for your attendance target is smaller than what we sometimes expect of an elementary school in MCPS. Do you have capacity to scale up to a larger number in the future, or are you intentionally trying to keep it at around 600 to create a small school environment?
Well, we wanted to create an environment that would be easy for us to manage as a new entity in the charter landscape within Montgomery County. And so after we get through our initial contract term, of course, we would be looking to sort of present this learning opportunity across the county and put it in other areas. What we have found, though, is that space is at a premium. And so we didn't necessarily want to create a space, a plan that would put us where we needed to bring in too many students. And so we were trying to create something that put us sort of in that middle space of being able to operate. So because we're doing like a 6 to 12, we wanted to sort of be able to make sure that we're able to look at the data that's coming in. We're able to spend the requisite amount of time determining what is working and what is not working, so that as we scale up, we have the freedom and the flexibility to adjust, so that when we get to that full scale 12th grade at this location, we know that we've tweaked and completed and ironed out all of the kinks. And so now we're able to sort of take this model and replicate this model. Now we can scale up if the space becomes available and if we have that opportunity, but we're also very comfortable with the 600 student school. When we were looking at the averages around that area, even though the spaces can accommodate, it was sort of befitting that we were in because we're doing a 6 to 12, that we were sort of managing both of those sort of evenly and not trying to put more in one space or the other, and sort of giving us the flexibility, like I said, to sort of manage where we're actually going to be physically located.
Thank you. This is for MCPS. If granted a charter, how long is the charter for?
I am not sure of the timeline. I will direct that to Ms. Williams. Yes.
Yes. Charter contracts are typically negotiated for 4-year terms, 4 years, and then subject to renewal after 4 years. And that renewal will be based on, an evaluation of a meeting standard, which is agreed upon in the contract at the time of the acceptance of by the board.
Thank you. Ms. Hazel, do we have any high school academies that do business education in the county and specifically in the East County area around this proposed site currently?
We don't have academies. We do have schools that offer some business courses, but not an academy. And again, one of the things that we wanted to ensure is that they reached out to families, with students to ensure that there is the interest in such an academy.
Thank you.
Am I seeing any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for a very detailed presentation. I don't know if the other group is in yet.
Yes,
think
they are here.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, she is here.
All right. Would you like to continue, please?
Next group I'm bringing before you is the Washington McLaughlin Charter School for Boys and the Washington McLaughlin Charter School for Girls, which I will refer to as WMCS. The WMCS Charter School proposes single gender or single sex schools. The applicant indicates that creating single gender schools will create an environment that is friendlier for boys and girls and create a safe place for boys and girls to ask questions and take risks that they may be reluctant to do so in a co-ed setting. The panel noted the following areas of strength, which included research to support same-gender learning, following MCPS curriculum and procedures, conveying passion and demonstrated the importance of relationships with students and families, and previously operated a school teaching boys. The panel noted the following significant areas of concerns. While the applicant shared a great deal of research on the benefits of single-sex schools, the applicant did not articulate differentiated learning strategies for male and female students that justified the need for the proposed single-sex structure. The applicant has no clear plan for preparation of the school site and does not know the extent of repairs needed for the proposed facility and has not identified any resources for making the necessary repairs. During the capacity interview, the applicant stated the following items need repairs and/or replacement: windows, doors, roof, entire building has to be painted, HVAC system, and electrical system. The applicant shared that the building was last renovated in 1985 and has been unoccupied since 2012 and has been vandalized. The applicant shared that because the building has been just sitting, everything needs to be done to it. Given the large number of repairs needed to bring the facility to code, when asked what she would do if the repairs were not completed before the students were scheduled to come to school, she stated that she would delay the opening. And the panel was very concerned by this response. Members of the panel who have visited the proposed school site expressed major concerns about the condition of the building and the inordinate cost and time needed to bring the building to code. The applicant has no clear plan for maintenance and operation of the facility once repairs are made. The team felt that the applicant did not demonstrate a viable financial plan. The applicant does not have startup funds to cover building repairs, purchasing of furniture and items needed to run a school, or for the technology infrastructure. The revenue shared in the application for the charter school only included the MCPS projected cost per student, which will not cover the cost of running the school, and there is no clear plan for obtaining additional revenue. The applicant did not demonstrate a clear plan for enrollment or demonstrate a community interest in the proposed schools. Panel members who read the application when it was last submitted noted that there were little to no improvements from the previously submitted charter application, although feedback was provided. And many on the panel stated that they found the application unclear and confusing. After careful consideration of the proposal using MCPS criteria, it is not recommended that the board grant WMCS a charter to open a school in MCPS. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Washington, who's representing the Washington McLaughlin Charter School for Boys and Girls. And Dr. Washington, if you could just turn on your camera and your microphone. She's no longer on the site, I don't believe. Dr. Washington is no longer on the site.
Okay, I heard a buzzer. Was somebody trying to get in?
She's connected, she's joining now.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Washington. I've given a quick overview of what the panel recommended as strengths and areas of concern. And
yes.
Previously stated you will have 15 minutes to share about your program. So you currently have 15 minutes now. And if you would like to turn on your camera, please feel free to do so.
Okay. Start video, I guess. Okay, is it on?
We're not seeing you as of yet. See you now, you're on.
Okay, for my presentation, I will deal with the concerns of the committee, and that's what I'll talk to. And I'll do this very quickly so that I can finish within 15 minutes of the various concerns of the committee. And number one, it talks about I seek two separate single-sex schools for boys and for girls, and about the regulations. When I called the Office of Civil Rights and asked them for guidelines about the regulations for single-sex schools, they sent me various documents, and I also called Ms. Carol Beck, who also sent me an article entitled Answers on Title IX and Single-Sex Elementary and Secondary Classes and Extracurriculum Activities by the Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights, dated 2014. It was in that document, based on question number 32, about the regulations of the single-sex schools, and they were saying, which set of regulations governs a school within a school? The regulations regarding governing single-sex schools or the regulations regarding single-sex classes? And I found out from that particular document that if you have two schools and they both have the same principal, the same supporting class, then based on the regulations, the Office of the Civil Rights Regulations, then those schools are considered having single-sex classes. Therefore, the Washington McLaughlin Charter School for boys and the Washington McLaughlin Charter School for girls, based on those regulations, then would be considered a school having single-sex classes, and we would then have to meet all of the regulations for the single-sex schools, which we will do. And in that document, it lists the regulations that we have to follow in order to be a single-sex school, because they will consider us as single-sex classes. And so they will consider us as one co-educational school offering single-sex classes in every subject. And therefore, we would follow those particular regulations, because we will have two schools, but we'll have one principal and would share various staffs. And then number two, it talks about while the applicant shares a great deal of research on the benefit of single-sex schools, applicants did not articulate differentiated learning instructions. Then I refer to the application in Book 1, Academic Requirements, where we talked about boys and girls learn differently based on the brain development, pages 16 and 17. Advantages of single-sex classrooms, page 17. Boy-friendly classroom, pages 20 to 23. Brain-based tips for teachers to help boys to achieve in core classes, such as math, science, language, social studies, page 23. Strategies for teaching core curriculum in board-friendly classes, in board-friendly ways, pages 24 to 35. Strategies for teaching core curriculum to girls, page 35 to 45. And then across the curriculum, we would include movement, visual, student choices and control, blend art and music in the core curriculum, promote learning through teacher-child relationship, build character, parents and teachers working together. And that's on pages 46 to 144 in the document that I submitted. So I did cover those areas in this particular document. Question number 3, or the concern number 3, the applicant has no clear plan for preparation of the school site, does not know the extent of repairs needed for the proposed facility, and has not identified resources. And then that was for questions 3, 4, and 5, where it did, given a large number of repairs needed to bring the facility to code, then so forth. But questions 3, 4, and 5, as far as the funding for that, I contacted Ms. Gaines Cook, who is the Tacoma Park Economic Development Manager, and Ms. Gaines, Ms. Grace Wiggins, who is the Tacoma Park Housing and Community Development Manager. And I stated to them that I needed funds for the renovation of the Christian school building for the charter school. Ms. Gaines stated that Tacoma Park is willing to apply for a Maryland State revitalization grant to conduct a full redevelopment facility study of the entire campus, which not only would include the Christian school building, but would also include the adult daycare center and the apartments. Tacoma Park hired Ms. Harris, which is an economic development consultant, to assist Ms. Gaines in the application process. When the redevelopment facility feasibility study of the entire campus is complete, Ms. Gaines and Ms. Harris will apply for funding based on the redevelopment facility studies for the Christian school, the adult daycare, and the apartments. Ms. Gaines states that one of the needs of Tacoma Park and Montgomery County are additional daycare centers for children. I informed Mrs. Gaines that the board is willing to add a daycare center and offer services to children from preschool to grade 5 in the Christian school building. After the application is submitted by Tacoma Park in July 2021, we will apply for a license to operate the Washington McLaughlin Daycare Center for Children, in addition to the Washington McLaughlin Charter School for Boys and the Washington McLaughlin Charter School for Girls. So we are looking for funding from Tacoma Park, both for the site feasibility study, and then once they get that, they then will apply for a grant in order to renovate both the Christian school building, the adult daycare center, and the apartments. Question number 6. The applicant has no care plans for maintenance and operation of the facility once repairs are made. When the renovation is complete on the school building for the Washington McLaughlin Charter School for Boys and the Washington McLaughlin Charter School for Girls, the Washington McLaughlin Charter School Board of Directors will contact the Montgomery County Public School Division of Maintenance and Operations to introduce ourselves as a new charter schools and invite them to tour the school, to discuss the needs of the school building and their plans for all maintenance, repairs, as well as operation of the building. The operation side of the Division of Maintenance and Operation provides services with qualified people to ensure a clean, safe, comfortable, and attractive facility that is conducive to health and learning. The maintenance and repair side, they will maintain and repair roofs, drains, walls, floors, ceiling, etc. They would also maintain the grounds, the fields and the playgrounds. They will have snow and ice removal, the parking lot and driveways, from the parking lot and driveways, removal of graffiti from the building services. The environmental services include trash removal, the indoor air quality, etc. Asbestos abatement. The capital assessed replacement would include asphalt and concrete surfaces, student lockers, partial and full roof replacement, etc. They have the automated energy management. They will monitor and control automatic heating and cooling systems in the school, etc. The division, we would also, in summary, the Division of Maintenance receives various and over 65,000 maintenance requests. And therefore, they want us to make sure as a school, we submit clear and understandable work orders, notify the office immediately of emergencies, maintain regular contact with our particular business, because they assign business and we will be assigned the mid-county business or mid-county office that will deal with our repairs. They would like for the PTA to monitor schools' appearance and condition, encourage school staff to maintain close contact with the supporting maintenance office, participate in the annual capital project planning, and support the superintendent's recommendation of operating and the budget. And then they give a list of telephone numbers that we can contact and how to fill out various forms. I spoke with Ms. Carol Beck on June the 28th, and she stated that the grant process should start in late summer in 2021, but she did not have a specific date. The Washington McLaughlin Charter Schools will apply for a grant in 2021 from the Maryland State Department of Education for $900,000, which will cover the cost of furniture, items needed to run the school, and the technology infrastructure. Number 8. That was number 7. The team felt that the applicant, that we did not demonstrate a viable financial plan. And that's why I said for a viable financial plan for startup funds to cover building repairs, purchasing of furniture, and other needed items. And that's why I said my answer to that is that I talked with Ms. Beck. They're going to make that grant available again in the summer of 2021, but she did not have a specific date. And at that time, we will apply for a grant for $900,000, which will cover the furniture, the items needed to run the school, and the technology infrastructure, as well as bring on staff for training before the school starts. Number 8. The revenue shared in the application for the charter school only included the Montgomery County Public School projected cost per student, which will not cover all of the operation of the school. The plans of the members of the Washington McLaughlin Charter School Board of Directors was to conduct various fundraisers once the charter schools were approved throughout the year to cover the additional cost of running the school. The board members are aware that the renovation of the school building would take at least a year, and during that time, they would have various fundraisers to obtain additional funds for the operation of the school when it opened in 2022. We were limited in conducting any type of fundraiser in 2020 because of the COVID-19. One of the members of the board of directors stated, as manager of a city, She was in charge of a fundraiser for the city that raised over $20,000 in one fundraiser. She will serve as chairman of our fundraising committee. We have various members of the board which will assist with our fundraising efforts, which we will conduct throughout the year beginning in 2021. Beginning in 2022, the board will involve the parents in our fundraising efforts. Concrete plans for our fundraising efforts will begin in August of 2021. Number 9, and then I'll go back to some of the others, but number 9, the applicant did not demonstrate a clear plan for enrollment or demonstrate a community interest in the proposed schools. In the application, which I submitted, it was the Charter School Book 1 academic requirements on pages 993 to pages 1026. We had the student recruitment plan for the Washington McLaughlin Charter Schools. And some of the members of the Board of Directors for the charter school will work on enrollment. Our enrollment efforts were limited in 2019 because we had no idea when the application process will start again. And they really was limited in 2020 when we had no idea when the application process will start again. We really did not want to advertise until after the charter schools were approved. Then we would have an entire year to advertise and bring in students. It was difficult for the community or parents to be interested in the charter school if we had no idea when we would open the school. Now that the schools are coming back open, then we will have a very active committee that can work on the enrollment, on the application, on having parents interested by visiting various businesses and really being active to have students to come in. In that document, I also gave specific instructions on what we were going to do in order to advertise. Of what we were going to do in order to advertise for the charter school. And that was on page, all right, yes. Our recruitment strategies that we were going to do to advertise in order to get students and to get parents to sign up. We were going to develop and maintain a website and have the basic information, which we do have now. We have a website. We were going to have telemedia to develop the website, which we do now, and have various contents on there to bring people to the website, which telemedia is doing.
Dr. Washington?
Yeah. Is it 15 minutes?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, well.
So we're going to go ahead and stop. And at this time, we're going to ask the Board of Education if they have any questions.
Okay, well, I didn't get to some of the questions, but okay.
Anyone have any questions at this time? Ms. Silvestri.
I wanted to ask if this application, or was it the previous one that was already an established charter school but was closed to renovations, was this school or the previous?
No, it must have been the previous, because we originally was a Christian elementary school and we closed the Christian elementary school in order to have the building renovated for the charter school.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is about the funding for charter schools. I just looked up the law and I don't see where the 60% per pupil allocation funding, the 60-40, where is that outlined that that's how the payment mechanism is determined?
No, for us, we were going to use most of the money that we receive per student, we were going to use that to run the school. Our fundraising would be to supplement that, because the majority of the money that we would get, we plan to have 250 students, 125 boys and 125 girls. And we were going to use that money that we get in order to run the school on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you. So I guess this question is more for MCPS. Am I understanding correctly that the MCPS per pupil allocation is enough to offer an educational program, or is the expectation that any charter school application will have to fundraise to make it whole?
So the charter schools are required, the law requires that in the application, they demonstrate a budget for a 4-year plan. They can use the per pupil allocation. Just to be clear, that 98% of a per pupil allocation is given to the charter school for each student that's enrolled. An additional, the remaining 2% is retained by the district for the overall administration. But I was responding to a previous question that you asked. But then the charter applicant must demonstrate how they will use that funds to meet all the needs of operating the school. It is most often that more money than the per pupil allocation is needed to operate a school. Also, the law says that no startup funds are provided. The per pupil allocation does not include startup funds. So the applicant needs to demonstrate access to startup funds.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so I want to thank Dr. Washington for coming to meet with us today. I don't know if Dr. McKnight has any closing remarks on this.
May I say something, Dr. McKnight, before you begin? I need to make a correction. I was asked about any business academies that we have in MCPS, and I do want to make that correction that we do have finance academies in 5 of our schools, and I will send the board a list of those schools and descriptions of the programs that we currently offer, and also, just so that we can also see what parts of the county they are located in. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Dr. Washington for her presentation, and just again share with the board today. You've heard several presentations from charter schools that submitted applications for Montgomery County Public Schools. Hopefully the conversation was very helpful in you better understanding their structures and what opportunities they would be able to provide if given the chance. We were able to engage in some critical discussion for you to understand a lot of how the funding sources would be utilized for them. But in addition to that, also understanding the staffing on the MCPS part that will be needed to help support any school that comes on board as a charter in MCPS. So thank you so much for that presentation. I look forward to us continuing the discussion. Thank you again, Dr. Washington. And Dr. Marcus, for your work in liaisoning this process with the work group. That we had a really great group of people there with a lot of different diverse perspectives who've been participating along this journey and working with all of our charters who have interests. So thank you so much, as well as Ms. Williams and Ms. Hazel.
Thank you. We're now up to item 10. Does anybody wish to pull any of the consent items?
Okay, am I a part of this meeting as well?
No, thank you for coming.
Oh, so I was supposed to.
Public meeting if you want to stay with us though.
Oh, okay, so I'll click out then.
All right.
All right, thank you all very much.
I move consent items 10.1 through 10.18 in block.
A second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Okay. We're now up to item 11. Can I get a motion to move items 11.1 and 11.2 in block?
I move 11.1 and 2 in block.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous. Okay, so we now have appointments to the ethics panel. I'm going to read this. Whereas on February the 29th, 1984, the ethics panel was established by the Board of Education. Whereas the members of the ethics panel are appointed by the Board of Education. And whereas on June 10, 2003, the Board of Education expanded the panel from 3 to 5 members. And whereas 3 vacancies will soon exist on the 5-member panel, now therefore be it resolved that the following individuals be appointed to serve a 3-year term effective July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2024. David Curran, Daniel Fisher, and Carrie Mitchell. Can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Okay. We have 4 new business items. Our traditional practice outlined in our board handbook is that when board members introduce new business, it will lie on the table until the next business meeting. This practice can be waived if all members are present and there is unanimous agreement. At our June 10th meeting, board members introduced 4 new business resolutions. They had to lie on the table because all board members were not present. Today, we will vote to adopt each of the resolutions. I ask each board member to read the resolves and ask for a motion, vote, and second. All right. So I'm going to start with Mr. Asante.
Yep. So just a refresher of the resolution. It was about periodic reports on building accessibility as a response to a lot of the concerns raised about the work being done for ADA. And we know that a lot of ADA work is being done behind the scenes. So I just wanted to ensure that there was some transparency with that. So for the resolved that the Board of Education requests the Superintendent of Schools to provide progress reports regarding Montgomery County Public Schools' efforts towards improving building accessibility at least twice per year during the fall and spring capital improvement program presentations, and be it further resolved that the first progress report should be presented by October 2021 and should include an overview of federal and state facility accessibility requirements in the facility self-assessment process.
Move approval.
Second. Are there any questions? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Ms. O'Neill?
Yes. So I'm going to just read the resolve that the Board of Education extend the deadline set forth in the October 6, 2020 resolution for the Superintendent of Schools report and request that the Superintendent provide a full update on both the recommendations for revisions to the renaming process and the community's interest in renaming the schools listed herein in spring 2022.
Move approval.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Ms. Mandrowski?
Yes, this is about the grade point averages and weighted grade point averages. And the results are resolved that the Board of Education requests that the Superintendent of Schools explore the possibility of giving all MCPS high school students, regardless of the year they entered middle school, the opportunity to recalculate their high school grade point average without the
I'm
grades.
sorry, your microphone is not on.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, sorry. Again, back in reference to regulation IKC, the grade point averages and weighted grade point averages. I'm asking that be it resolved that the Board of Education requests that the Superintendent of Schools explore the possibility of giving all MCPS high school students, regardless of the year they entered middle school, the opportunity to recalculate their high school grade point average without the grades earned in high school courses taken in middle school, And be it further resolved that the superintendent of schools report to the Board of Education no later than December 2021 regarding the feasibility, issues, and possible timeline associated with implementing this potential change.
Move approval.
Second.
Are there any questions? All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous. And I have the final resolution, continuous improvement, complaints from the public. We recognize that MCPS regulations are generally within the purview of the superintendent, including regulation KLA-RA, governing complaints from the public. However, the board does hear these appeals, and we therefore have an interest in ensuring that all levels of review are reviewed with fresh eyes by individuals with limited prior knowledge and no perceived or actual conflicts. Therefore, I'm going to read the resolved that the Board of Education direct the superintendent of schools to review procedures delineated in Montgomery County Public Schools Regulation KLA-RA, responding to inquiries and complaints from the public to ensure that there are appropriate safeguards for impartial review and evaluation of complaints from the public, and resolve that the superintendent of schools report the findings of the review and any modifications or revisions to Montgomery County Public Schools Regulation KLA-RA, responding to inquiries and complaints from the public to the Board of Education no later than October 2021.
Move approval.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous. Okay, we're up to, does any board member have any new business? Ms. Harris?
I don't think this is new business. I just wasn't quick enough when we were doing the renaming resolution. I just wanted to ask a piece of follow-up. If we could get some background sometime in the fall on how the 6 named school communities are being engaged in this process, what that process is going to look like and how it will begin and what that timeline will be. That's all.
Yes, Ms. Harris, we can provide that.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any new business? Okay, seeing none. Item 12 is for information only, and I can't believe it. We're up to adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand, and that is unanimous.